Chapter 797. Complete Victory. Sparks scattered when the blades collided. Although the exchange appeared slow, in reality, everything happened in an instant. Sirius's HP drained like flowing water. Only after Sirius fell to the ground and lay there motionlessly did everyone realize the Berserker's HP had dropped to 0. Leader lost. Impossible. The glorious lions were dumbfounded as they stared at Sirius's unmoving corpse in the dueling ring. None of them dared to believe their own eyes. Sirius was one of the Battle Wolves' Wolf Kings. Yet, now, he had lost to a nameless upstart. Nothing like this had ever happened before. In fact, the glorious lions weren't the only ones who were shocked. Every member of the audience was stunned as they stared at the name above the dueling ring. Victor. Feng. No one had expected this outcome. How could the competition end so suddenly? After one direct confrontation, the famous Sirius had tasted defeat. It was inconceivable. I'm not seeing things right. How can the Azura battle team be the victor? This is unbelievable. The Azura battle team is amazing. The Glorious Lions, a battle team that had won twice in a row, had lost 3-0 to the Azura battle team. Only those watching will probably ever believe this. Even now, the audiences had yet to recover from their daze. It was as if the last brief exchange from before had etched itself into their minds. The techniques in this battle were definitely worth studying. The Glorious Lions were not weak. The Azura battle team was just a little stronger. Although I've lost some materials from betting on the Glorious Lions, it was worth watching this battle. Many among the audiences had bet on the Glorious Lions battle team's victory. However, the majority of these people were not disappointed. On the contrary, the upper echelons from various major powers felt as if they had raked in a huge profit. The high-level battles that had taken place in this competition had taught them much. Particularly, it had allowed them to understand the true strength of each battle team. After this competition, it would be much easier to cope with the team members. At the same time, everyone had grown cautious about the Azura battle team. A fear of the guild called Zero Wing slithered through the crowd. A small upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually obtained so many epic items. If someone had told them that Zero Wing did not have any background or strength, they would not believe it. Big Sis Rain, now that the Azura battle team has become so famous, it will probably be very difficult to arrange opponents in the future. Although Blue Phoenix was happy for Feng, in the Dark Arena, the stronger a battle team was, the more difficult it was to find an opponent. Every battle team in the Dark Arena fought to gain the arena's hosting rights. However, that was not an easy goal. Firstly, a battle team needed to participate in 10 games, winning 8. Only then would a battle team have the right to challenge the Dark Arena's organizer. Only after defeating the organizer's battle team would one obtain the hosting rights. Hence, the various battle teams would not accept challenges easily. It was even more difficult for strong battle teams. Everyone wanted to rack up victories by challenging weaker teams. Of course, to prevent some people from avoiding battles completely, the Dark Arena had a time limit. If a battle team could not find an opponent within 10 days, the Dark Arena would choose an opponent randomly. Hence, the stronger teams in the Dark Arena did not need to fear a lack of challengers. They just had to wait a relatively long time before they could complete all 10 required games. Much would change in God's domain after 100 days. It doesn't matter, Phoenix Rain said as she shook her head. Previously, I worried that the Azura battle team would lose miserably. As for future matches, it seems that we're going to make a fortune from now on. Big Sis Rain, did you agree to another match before this? A realization struck Blue Phoenix. That's right. As the Azura battle team is a new team, with members from a small guild, many people had requested a battle. A few had even promised to bet favors and a certain number of materials. It's a pity that each battle team can only compete in 3 matches every 10 days. It would be great if we could arrange a few more matches. Phoenix Rain laughed. When she thought about the next 2 battle teams they had to face, she could not help but pity those teams. Chances were that the players from those teams held a deep resentment for her right now. Every one of them had assumed that the Azura battle team was quite weak. None of them would have imagined that the team was actually a dark horse. Only, finding opponents for the last 7 matches would give her a slight headache. Hopefully, Feng can hold back in future matches. Otherwise, Finding an opponent will be a problem, Phoenix Rain muttered softly. Lost. He actually lost. When Xueqi heard the applause and cheers, her face twisted into an ugly expression. Losing a game was not a major issue for her. After all, the Glorious Lions only needed to win 8 out of 10 games. However, not only had they exposed much of their strength, but they had also lost the competition and suffered immense losses. Primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were not cabbage that one easily found on the streets. Not to mention, they also had to pay the 1,000 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment and 30,000 magic crystals. Such a huge loss would not end with a slight sting. Who knew how much time she would have to spend to recover? However, losing money was secondary to her. Her reputation was far more important. The upper echelons from the major corporations would learn of the Azura battle team's victory. It was a guarantee that they would launch investigations on Feng. If they discovered that she had chased Feng away from the Glorious Lions, she would probably be branded with the title Blind Fool. Her superiors might even begin to question her abilities as a manager. Zero Wing. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. Exemplary Willow raged as she stomped her feet. She shot a glare at Feng before turning to leave. Below the dueling ring, Zero Wing's members celebrated and rejoiced. Leader, are you all right? Fire Dance asked as she approached Feng. Feng looked worn. His complexion was pale and waxy. He looked nothing like a winner. It's nothing. I just expended too much of my concentration, Feng replied as he shook his head. This battle had been truly dangerous. He had gone all out from the very beginning of the battle, pushing his 5 senses to their limits. He had remained on full alert throughout the match, fearing that a moment of carelessness would lose him the fight. Sirius's combat standard was simply too high. If this match had taken place 2 or 3 weeks from now, he definitely would have lost. Although Sirius's equipment was already impressive, the old man even possessing several epic items, at the end of the day, he did not have a fragmented legendary item. He also had not learned any super skills. These 2 aspects could improve a player's combat power by leaps and bounds. Even Sirius would have a hard time trying to bridge the gap by relying on techniques alone. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. This was the cruel reality of games. Hence, regardless if they were experts or ordinary players, all players prioritized improving their weapons, equipment, and skills. While Feng rested, Sirius revived below the dueling ring and marched straight over to Feng. Kid, you sure know how to hide your strength. However, you might be able to beat me now, but it will be a different story in the future, Sirius said, a warm smile appearing on his stern face. All right, I've said enough. As per our agreement, I'll give you this. With this information, you should be able to improve yourself further and reach my level a little sooner. However, whether or not you obtain the item will depend on your own abilities. Saying so, Sirius sent Feng a private message. He then turned and left. As he walked away, he could not help but glance at Fire Dance, shaking his head and sighing. His reaction creeped Fire Dance out. Seeing Fire Dance's reaction, Feng chuckled. The 2 had discussed their bet through private chat. Nobody knew about their conversation. If Fire Dance knew that Sirius had wanted her as his disciple, she would probably feel quite awkward. However, although Feng admitted that Sirius's guidance would open many doors for Fire Dance in the future, he did not think that she would have any fewer achievements if she remained by his side. He also would never allow the Battle Wolves to poach one of his experts. Following which, Feng opened the file Sirius had sent him, intending to glance through the information he had won from the old man. Just what kind of information could actually give him the possibility of advancement? Chapter 798. Deterring Force. Like a wildfire, news of the Azura battle team's victory in the Dark Arena spread throughout God's domain. Practically minutes after the competition ended, information regarding the Azura battle team had reached the hands of God's domain's various major powers. The reports were so detailed that it even included information on the acquaintances of the Azura battle team's members. Starmoon Kingdom, Maple City. Maple City had already become Overwhelming Smile's main headquarters. With Underworld's hidden support, the guild had solidified its position as the city's overlord. At the same time, Maple City had become the second largest city in the Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. The city's player population was over 1 million. Although it was still far from the grandeur of White River City, it was superior to other cities within the kingdom. Yulon, why have you called me here all of a sudden? Feng Xianyang demanded, annoyed, as he entered the residence's meeting room, his gaze locked onto the charming, elegantly smiling Yulon. He should have had the most authority in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. However, due to Yulon's successful management of Maple City, Underworld's higher-ups designated Yulon to handle everything in the region. This enraged him. He had expended all of that effort to deal with Zero Wing, yet Yulon sat back and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. Without an enemy to deal with, it had naturally been easy to develop Maple City. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have had any issues handling the task either. It's nothing major. I just wanted to tell you to withdraw Overwhelming Smiles members from White River City immediately and have them develop elsewhere, Yulon instructed, paying Feng Xianyang's rude behavior no heed. And why should I do this? Feng Xianyang said, his expression darkening as he grew somewhat indignant. You know how high of a price I've paid to solidify my position in White River City. Although Zero Wing is very strong, White River City's overlord isn't set in stone. Don't even think about ordering me to withdraw Overwhelming Smile from White River City. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members were focused on all sorts of quests, including guild quests, in White River City. As long as they completed a certain number of quests, Overwhelming Smile's status in White River City would improve. Afterward, they could accept all sorts of rare, high-level quests. They might even receive epic quests. With epic quests, it would be extremely easy to obtain all sorts of top-tier weapons and equipment. They might even find new strategic tools for war. The guild's recent promotion had even triggered an epic guild quest. If they completed this epic guild quest, he could obtain a tool of war. When they started another war with Zero Wing, even if Zero Wing had an abundance of experts, he did not think he would lose against the guild. If they pulled out of White River City now, then all of the White River City quests they had already completed would be for naught. He couldn't give up on the city now. Feng Xianyang, this is not my decision. The higher-ups made this decision. You have no say in this matter. In any case, you have 3 days to transfer all of our members to other cities, Yulon stated coldly. That is not possible. Feng Xianyang was dumbfounded. The higher-ups had hoped to obtain White River City, investing manpower and resources into the endeavor. Yet, now, they had decided to give up on the city? No matter how he thought about it, such a thing was impossible. I also considered the decision foolish. However, after seeing the information they provided, I changed my mind. I don't disagree with the decision, Yulon said. She then threw a file at Feng Xianyang, saying, have a look at it yourself. This is... Feng Xianyang boiled with rage when he saw the folder's title. Zero Wing Report. Zero Wing was Feng Xianyang's sworn enemy. If not for Zero Wing interrupting his plans again and again, White River City would have been his by now. He wouldn't have suffered under Zero Wing's oppression as he did now. To make things worse, Zero Wing had flourished in the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, becoming one of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds that could even rival first-rate guilds. This had also weakened Overwhelming Smile's position in the city significantly. Now, Overwhelming Smile's members had to tread carefully when encountering Zero Wing players on the city's streets. This humiliated Feng Xianyang. However, he endured because he knew that this was still not the time to pick a fight with Zero Wing. Now, after striving silently for a long time, he had finally obtained an opportunity to seize White River City. Hence, no matter what, he could not give up in this competition for dominance. As long as he obtained White River City, the favor Yulon received from Underworld's upper echelons would also vanish. At that time, he would become the absolute leader of Underworld's branch in Star Moon Kingdom, rather than playing underling to a greenhorn wench who had only been a member of the organization for a short time. However, after Feng Xianyang read the Zero Wing report, his excited expression froze, his eyes widening with shock. He paled as if he had seen a ghost. How can this be? Feng Xianyang couldn't believe his eyes. How has Zero Wing appeared in the Dark Arena? They even defeated a battle team that has the backing of a super guild. Currently, Underworld was considered one of the virtual gaming world's major powers. The organization was stronger than most first-rate guilds. Over the years, It had nurtured plenty of experts. However, there was still a vast gap between them and super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, not to mention super guilds. Yet, an upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually managed to defeat a super guild's battle team. This was simply inconceivable. Super guilds had too many experts to count. They even had monster-like existences. The powers supporting them were also profound and complex. Only other super guilds and super first-rate guilds could shake the foundations of such giants. No one else should even consider trying. Unless Zero Wing had a super guild behind it. A super guild? Feng Xianyang suddenly felt his body grow cold. That's right. The higher-ups have reached the same conclusion. Hence, we can't provoke Zero Wing anymore. There is no reason to continue wasting our time in White River City. In truth, Yulan doubted that Zero Wing had the support of a super guild. However, the Mana Pulse Cannon in the Stoneclaw Mountains and the various magic array scrolls. Now, they also had to consider the performance in the Dark Arena. A mere upstart guild was not capable of achieving these feats. Hence, it was quite possible that a super guild supported Zero Wing from the shadows. Even though it was only a possibility, Underworld would not take this risk. I understand. I'll transfer the majority of our members to other cities. However, I still have a quest I need to complete. Feng Xianyang nodded. Fine, but make it quick, Yulan stated before standing and leaving the meeting room. Elsewhere, Feng had led Fire Dance and the others back to White River City. On their way back, Feng browsed through the information Sirius had given him. So this is the case. After reading through the files, Feng was so happy that he found it difficult to hide his smile. Guild leader, what has made you so giddy? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she moved to Feng's side. It's nothing. I've just found something that can help you improve your combat standards. Feng laughed. Guild leader, what is it? Can I have a look? Violet Cloud sent Feng a yearning look. Fire Dance had already reached the refinement realm. This development placed a weight on the rest of the team. Violet Cloud felt particularly pressured. She was incredibly anxious to become stronger. There is no need to rush. We happen to be on our way there right now. Saying so, Feng pointed at the distant candlelight trading firm. Chapter 799. Secrets of God's Domain. The Candlelight Trading Firm, Special Forging Room. Guild leader, here are the items you requested. After Melancholic Smile entered the room, she stacked materials onto the stone table, creating a large mound of items. If the upper echelons of other large guilds saw this, they would be shocked. Every material was extremely valuable. Some were even used to construct a stable. However, among these materials, there was one item that was particularly eye-catching: a fragment of a silver stone tablet. This fragment was clearly not a raw material. Feng picked up the stone tablet while transferring the materials into his bag. Including the materials he had won in the Dark Arena, he had enough to begin the guild stable's construction. Currently, the various large guilds were occupied with raiding dungeons to collect the stable design and required materials to construct the building. However, no one would have imagined that a small guild like Zero Wing had both. The only thing left to do was to construct the stable itself. Feng could not contain his excitement. In the past, Shadow had invested a lot of time to construct its stable. By the time the guild stable was complete, God's Domain's mainstream players had surpassed level 50. Many ordinary players even had their own mounts. On the other hand, this timeline's mainstream players had only reached level 30. Yet, Zero Wing could begin constructing its own stable. Zero Wing would be the first guild in God's Domain to reveal its guild mount to the public. Ordinary mounts cost 40 gold. However, guild mounts only cost 25 gold. Although the difference was only 15 gold, no ordinary player could afford that, even if they sold everything they owned. Even guild elite players would have to save for a long time to accumulate so much. Due to this 15 gold gap, guild players could obtain their mounts ahead of ordinary players. The only problem guild players faced was that they needed to a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount. GCPs were automatically rewarded after one completed a guild quest. The amount of GCP varied depending on the quest's difficulty, with higher-leveled quests awarding more points, and ordinary and daily quests awarding very few. In fact, one could say that the GCP requirement wasn't a major issue. Money was the only thing guild players truly needed to purchase their guild mounts. Guild leader. Is this stone tablet related to your earlier mysterious actions? Fire Dance knew of their plans for the guild stable. However, she was more concerned with Feng's previous statement. After reaching her combat standard, it was extremely difficult to advance further. If there really was an item that could improve a player's combat standards, it must be heaven-defying. That's right. This stone tablet is the item that can help everyone grow stronger. Feng nodded. The information he received from Sirius stated that there were all sorts of skills in God's domain. There were ordinary skills, general skills, taboo skills, and an extremely rare type of skill known as a secret technique. Secret techniques were unique in God's domain. Moreover, learning a secret technique was different from learning ordinary skills, whereby players could learn a skill with a click of a button. Secret techniques were also different from taboo skills, where players were only required to reach a certain completion rate. To learn a secret technique, players had to comprehend it. One's comprehension depended on the player. As to how one used the secret technique, that also depended on the player. Unlike the usual skills, a secret technique would not appear in a player's skill menu even after learning it. Secret techniques also lacked a cooldown. Players could use the secret technique whenever and however they desired. The only resource consumed when using a secret technique was concentration. Feng had learned a secret technique before. In truth, a secret technique was just a unique method of utilizing combat techniques. Void Steps was considered a footwork-type secret technique. Moreover, Sirius had revealed that his 6-in-1 combination attack was a byproduct of his secret technique. Although he had known how to use such a technique for quite a while, he had not been able to use the 6-in-1 combination attack. However, learning the secret technique had allowed his combat standard to reach a whole new level, allowing him to execute a 6-in-1 combination attack. Without the secret technique, even with his domain, such a complex technique would have been beyond him. Meanwhile, when speaking of secret techniques, Feng immediately thought of the secret sword technique he had obtained during his promotion to Blade Saint. At the time, he had not realized what this item's purpose was. The stone tablet's introduction simply stated that it held some kind of divine power and that he needed to collect all the stone tablet fragments to restore the engraved pattern. Hence, he had not bothered with the secret sword technique. After all, obtaining this single fragment had nearly cost him his life. How difficult would it be to collect all 6 pieces? Of course, the secret technique stone tablet the Battle Wolves had obtained was also incomplete. Even so, players could still learn from the fragment. However, they needed to meet a specific requirement to learn the secret technique it hid. The requirement was magic crystals. One needed to inject a significant amount of magic power into the stone tablet to activate the secret technique once. Moreover, this secret technique was not complete. If one wanted to learn the complete secret technique, they had to collect all the necessary fragments. Although Sirius had kindly told him how to activate the secret technique stone tablet, the old man had not told him where to find one. This was also the first time Feng had ever heard of secret techniques. This was the tragedy middle and low-class players faced. Unless one was extraordinarily lucky, many of God's domain secrets were beyond people like him. Secret sword technique? Violet Cloud blinked as she looked at the stone tablet in Feng's hands. Guild leader, can't only melee classes learn this? No. Any class can learn a secret technique. However, some are more suitable for certain classes. Fortunately, there is no limit to how many players can learn it. Take Void Steps and Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack for example. These combat techniques are not necessarily suitable for our classes. However, if utilized properly, they are still significantly effective, Feng explained, smiling. In reality, the secret technique Sirius had learned was more suited to magical classes, while Void Steps was more suitable for assassins rather than swordsmen. When used, however, they could still improve a player's combat power significantly. Aside from suitability, how much one had of a secret technique was also important. Sirius had learned his secret technique from a fragment. Hence, he could display immense power with the technique. On the other hand, Feng had learned Void Steps by copying another player. His skill with the technique was less than garbage. Hence, His capabilities with void steps were limited. If he had learned the secret sword technique before his fight with Sirius, he would have had a much easier time taking the old man down. Hearing Feng's explanation, his companions were speechless. They had all seen Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. They had never imagined that the stone tablet before them was actually something so amazing. If they could learn such a combat technique as well, they would have a higher chance of winning their battles, even against more powerful opponents. Chapter 800. Restrictions. Feng could not help his smile when he saw the yearning and desperation in everyone's eyes. He could relate. Although the secret technique stone tablet is an excellent item, there are many restrictions. There are even restrictions while one is learning the secret technique itself. This is not an easy endeavor, Feng explained. The secret technique stone tablet helps players learn how to better utilize their combat techniques. While learning these methods, they might even discover a breakthrough and advance their combat standards. This was why Sirius was so confident of his declaration that Feng could grow stronger if he possessed a secret technique stone tablet. If every member in a guild could learn the secret technique, their strength could defy heaven. Naturally, the main god system would not allow such a situation. Although the legacy within a secret technique stone tablet would not expire, it could only be used once per month. Moreover, only 10 players could learn the technique each time it was available. In addition, because he only possessed a fragment, he needed to create a stabilizing magic array to use it. Magic arrays were incomparably precious. Normally, it was impossible for players to obtain the knowledge of creating one. Moreover, kingdoms and empires kept a very tight lid on any information they had about magic arrays, making it even more difficult for players to learn the process. Hence, players had to rely on the magic array designs they obtained to teach them the mechanics of producing magic arrays. Currently, no player throughout God's domain knew how to produce stabilizing magic arrays. They could only obtain them from NPCs. Although God's domain had countless NPCs, not all NPCs knew how to produce magic arrays. Even powerful magical class NPCs rarely knew how to produce more profound arrays. The stabilizing magic array just happened to be a particularly profound, twofold magic array. Even Tier 3 magical class NPCs would find it extremely difficult to produce an array of such caliber. This wasn't the only issue they faced. These magic arrays also required something of each player. To learn a secret technique from a stone tablet, players also needed to know how to produce magic arrays. Of course, they didn't need a complete understanding of the topic, but they did need the ability to produce a simple intermediate magic array. This was why Feng had led his team to the special forging room. The simulation device in the Candlelight Trading Firm's special forging rooms had already recorded all of the information Zero Wing possessed about magic arrays. Even the designs for the 9-star polar domain and teleportation magic array had been recorded. Players could easily rehearse the production process without needing to waste precious materials. They only needed to spend some magic crystals. When Feng thought about how the Battle Wolves lacked a special forging room of its own, he imagined how many materials they Super Guild had spent to allow 10 players to learn to produce an intermediate magic array. The thought was staggering. However, the Battle Wolves was capable of such a feat precisely because it was a super guild. A first-rate guild could never afford to learn a secret technique without a special forging room. If you wish to learn the secret technique, you'll have to learn to produce intermediate magic arrays. All of the necessary information can be found inside the simulation device. Learn the technique as quickly as possible. Once you can produce intermediate magic arrays, you can learn the secret technique, Feng explained as he pointed towards the flowing ball of water inside the forging room. Learn to produce intermediate magic arrays? Aqua Rose repeated with a frown. This task would be very difficult. As a cursemancer, she relied on incantations and runes to cast her spells, so she had little understanding of the subject. In reality, when magical class players cast a spell, they drew runes or chanted incantations to guide the surrounding elemental mana to form a magic array. Of course, higher-tiered spells required more runes and incantations. As she understood it, a Tier 1 spell's magic array was the equivalent of a basic magic array, while a Tier 2 spell's array was the equivalent of an intermediate magic array. Moreover, when constructing a magic array, the system would not offer any assistance or guidance. Players had to draw the runes or chant the incantations themselves. Hence, the requirement was quite strict. In other words, without any assistance from the system, she needed to complete a relatively complex Tier 2 spell in a set period of time. Furthermore, the magic array she needed to craft would be far more complex than any of her spells. It would be very difficult for her to produce an intermediate magic array. If a magical class player already had such troubles, this would be a nightmare for physical class players. This is mandatory. Even I can't do anything about it. You have to rely on yourselves for this task, Feng said as he spread his hands in a helpless gesture. He could not help them. He had only been able to produce the 9-star polar domain so quickly because of the understanding he had gained in his previous life. Hence, it would take a relatively long time for the others to produce an intermediate magic array. Fortunately, he could use this opportunity to deal with the guild stable. Following which, Feng left the Candlelight trading firm and headed towards the Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the other physical class players began to learn all they could about magic arrays. As for Aqua Rose and the other magical classes, they began to experiment with the process of producing basic magic arrays. As the number of guild residences in the city rapidly increased, the number of players who visited the Adventurers Association in search of their daily guild quests increased as well. Currently, the association enjoyed a constant stream of players entering and leaving the building. When the players inside the building saw the 6-winged guild emblem on Feng's chest, their gazes turned green with envy. Many of the female players acted like ravenous wolves when their eyes landed on Feng. They shot him flirtatious glances and dreamed of pouncing on the young man, devouring him whole. Feng was speechless. He inwardly celebrated the fact that he had not come as Black Flame, and that he had chosen to wear his black cloak. Otherwise, these players might have truly devoured him. However, when he saw the players lined up to accept their daily quests, he could not help but feel nostalgia. In the past, he, too, had often come here to receive his daily guild quests. Guild quests fell into two main categories. The first category consisted of the daily guild quests that players could accept at the Adventurers Association, while the second consisted of the NPC commission quests that were sent to guild residences. Any guild member could accept a daily guild quest. However, the rewards were mediocre at best. Very little EXP was awarded as well. Meanwhile, NPC commissioned quests were different. Even the most ordinary commissioned quest provided decent remuneration and EXP reward. Some even rewarded relatively good weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, guild residences did not receive enough NPC commissioned quests to supply every member within a guild. These quests were also directly related to a guild's popularity. The higher a guild's popularity was, the more well-known it was among NPCs. After reaching a certain level of popularity, even NPCs from other cities and towns would commission a quest. Currently, Zero Wing had the highest popularity among all of the guilds in White River City. Every day, Zero Wing's guild residents received more than 1,000 commissioned quests. Among them, there were over 100 high-level quests. Aside from its high popularity, Zero Wing received so many quests because of its residents' smithy. Every day, the smithy would provide a certain number of quests. Hence, Zero Wing received far more commissioned quests than other guilds. Large guilds like Overwhelming Smile only received several hundred commissioned quests each day, with only several dozen high-level quests. Zero Wing walked the path of the elite, so it had far fewer members than its competitors. As a result, the percentage of players within the guild that could accept commissioned quests each day was relatively high. On the other hand, due to having too many members, other guilds' ordinary members even found it difficult to receive an ordinary commission quest, not to mention high-level commission quests. In the second-floor reception hall. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" a beautiful female receptionist asked Feng, smiling. "I wish to construct a stable. Please compile the necessary quotes for me," Feng said, handing over the stable design. Chapter 801, Mount Taming. After the female receptionist accepted the stable design, she tapped on the magic crystal ball before her. Immediately, a miniature, half-transparent building appeared before Feng. This was the construction model for the stable. It allowed players to select and modify the building. Unlike other buildings, which were categorized by rank such as ordinary and luxury, stables were only differentiated by size. There were many wild and demonic beasts in the world of God's domain, and all of these monsters came in different sizes. The larger a monster was, the larger the stable it required. Obviously, the larger the stable was, the more it would cost to construct it. A small-sized stable could cost anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 gold. A medium-sized stable cost anywhere from 4,000 gold to 5,000 gold. A large-sized stable could cost anywhere from 8,000 gold to 10,000 gold. A super-large-sized stable could cost anywhere from 40,000 gold to 50,000 gold. For a high-ranking rare mount like the Thunderwolf, Feng needed at least a medium-sized stable. Of course, the benefit of a larger-sized stable wasn't limited to additional space. A larger stable would allow a guild to tame mounts faster. Guild players would also have an easier time growing their mounts. Most importantly, one could invite a powerful tamer with a larger stable. In God's domain, mount taming was considered a field of knowledge. Tamers played an important role in harnessing the power of a mount. Half of a guild mount's growth depended on the tamer. Hence, hiring a powerful tamer was essential to a guild. I want this large-sized stable. Feng chose a stable with style and clicked Confirm. Sir, you have chosen stable number 059. The total cost will be 9,450 gold. In addition, you also have to provide the core materials required to construct the stable. The female receptionist smiled as she produced a bill of materials. The list stated all the necessary expenditures to construct the stable. Here are the materials and money. Feng paid everything off without hesitation. He had made a huge fortune in the Dark Arena. Aside from the profits he had made from his bet with the Glorious Lions battle team, as the winning battle team of the competition, the Azura battle team also earned a small portion from the audience's winning bets. Moreover, due to the audience underestimating the strength of the Azura battle team, many people had gambled on the Glorious Lions. As a result, even after splitting half of the profits with Phoenix Rain, he still walked away with a hefty income. The battle team's shares in the Dark Arena were different from the organizers. Only the winning battle team would get a share of the audience bets. The loser received nothing. Moreover, the winning battle team would earn 3% of the shares, 2% higher than the organizer. Only, as Feng did not own the Azura battle team's participation rights, he needed to split the 3% with Phoenix Rain. Among the 1.5% of winnings that Feng had obtained, he had sold the materials and equipment that he did not need. Although Feng had only received 1.5%, his earnings had not been meager. Every member of the Dark Arena's audience was a wealthy big shot. Their bets made involved several hundred gold of materials at the very least. Since so many people had placed generous wagers on the Glorious Lions, Feng's earnings had naturally been impressive. From this single competition, he had earned over 7,000 gold. He had also obtained the stable materials from the Glorious Lions. After obtaining what he had needed, he sold excess materials to Phoenix Rain, selling each primal emerald wood for 75 gold and each soul cultivating stone for 60 gold. Overall, he sold 20 logs of primal emerald wood and 12 soul cultivating stones, earning him another 2,220 gold. Including the money he had on hand before the competition, he now had over 11,000 gold on him. He could easily afford the large-sized stable. After Feng finished paying the bill, the female receptionist passed him a stable certificate. In the future, if he wanted to modify the stable, upgrading it to a super large-sized stable, he could simply present this certificate to make the necessary modifications. He would not need to obtain another stable design. After Feng confirmed the stable's construction, a group of NPC architects entered Zero Wings Guild residence in White River City and began building the stable. Suddenly, a large space within Zero Wings residence, which had been vacant, transformed into a construction site. Players were barred from the area. What's going on? We're constructing a new building? What is it going to be? Zero Wings members grew curious upon seeing groups of NPC architects enter the construction site. They had been ecstatic when the guild had constructed a smithy. Not only could they save money on repair fees, but they could also maintain their weapons with the weapon maintenance function, extending the amount of time they could spend out in the fields. Players from other guilds were particularly envious of this benefit. Now that their guild had begun constructing a new building, how could they contain their excitement? Elsewhere, Feng hailed an advanced horse carriage in front of the Adventurers Association and headed towards the Commoners District. Based on Feng's knowledge, there were a total of 3 master tamers in White River City. If he relied on a basic tamer or advanced tamer, it would take a very long time to finish taming a 5-star mount. As to how much time was needed, even Feng had no idea. However, he did know how long it would take to tame a 3-star mount. A basic tamer required a month to finish taming a 3-star mount, while an advanced tamer needed 20 days. Master tamers only needed 10 days to complete the job. A master tamer was 3 times as efficient as a basic tamer. Moreover, basic tamers could not tame 5-star mounts. Only advanced tamers and above could do so. If even a master tamer needed 10 days to tame a 3-star mount, Feng could not imagine how long it would take to tame a 5-star mount. He would be surprised if it only took double the time a 3-star mount required. If he left the task to an advanced tamer, the required wait time would be even more frightening. Hence, he needed to hire a master tamer to tame the Thunder Wolf. An hour later, Feng arrived before a large courtyard in the Commoners District. Many beasts lounged on the courtyard's lawn. The lowest level beasts were at level 100, with the more powerful ones being level 150. Feng could also see a level 150 High Lord. This beast was even stronger than an ordinary level 150 Tier 2 class. This is the residence of Master Owen. Master Owen does not wish to meet with outsiders, so please leave. As soon as Feng arrived before the courtyard's entrance, 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards in silver heavy armor immediately blocked his path, barring him from the residence. Although tamers were not as reputable as forgers and alchemists, after becoming a master, their statuses were slightly higher than ordinary nobles. Hence, although Owen was only a commoner, he still had 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards protecting his home. Ordinary people did not qualify for his attention. Don't tell me that even I am refused entry? Feng flashed his identity as White River City's Count. Immediately, the 2 Tier 1 guards fell to one knee, kneeling before Feng with respectful expressions. This scene dumbfounded passing players. Just who is that? Amazing! He can actually force Tier 1 NPCs to kneel before him. Normally, these Tier 1 guards thought very little of players, yet now, they knelt before one. How could they not be shocked? Ha! Feng, why are you here? Immediately after Feng revealed his true appearance, a crisp voice sounded from beside him. Turning towards the voice, Feng noticed a beautiful girl in deep purple mage robes approaching him. This girl was accompanied by a white-haired, old man. Chapter 802. Silver Legend. Upon seeing the old man, one of the 2 level 150 guards hurriedly stood to greet the old man, while the other quickly opened the large metal gates. Master Owen, welcome back, the guard said respectfully. Feng was slightly surprised by this sudden development. Of course, his surprise was not due to the old man's identity. After all, this was not the first time he had met Owen. The true source of his surprise stemmed from Thoughtful Rain, the purple-robed beauty beside the old tamer. Although Owen was not a noble, he had a higher status in White River City than ordinary nobles. He was an advanced NPC that current players could not meet easily. Only a major noble like himself might be able to arrange a meeting with Owen. Thoughtful Rain, on the other hand, had yet to become a major noble in White River City, yet she had obviously become acquainted with the old man. It seemed that the girl was more capable than he had initially thought. I've come to make a request of Master Owen, Feng explained as he watched Thoughtful Rain approach. The last time he had met Thoughtful Rain was when she had introduced him to Everlasting War. Back then, Thoughtful Rain had only had the level and equipment of an elite player. However, after this short time had passed, not only had the girl reached level 35, but she also wore equipment that elites would envy. She was almost fully geared in level 30 fine gold equipment. The deep red staff she held was known as the Elemental Requiem, and it was a level 30 dark gold ranked staff. In addition, she had a slightly more daring temperament than before. Moreover, as she walked towards him, her footwork was both light and natural. Her actions lacked any excess movement. Even if Thoughtful Rain had not yet reached the half-step refinement realm, she was not too far, either. Feng found it truly hard to imagine that the girl had grown this much in God's domain in such a short period. A request for Master Owen? Did you receive the quest as well? Hearing Feng saying so, thoughtful Rain could not help her joy as she said, I've had a headache trying to figure out how to complete it. If we do it together, we should be able to complete the quest very quickly. Quest. A realization struck Feng. Are you talking about the Silver Legend quest in the Crystal Forest? Isn't that your quest as well? Thoughtful Rain nodded. No. I have not accepted that quest. I'm looking for Master Owen for something else. When Feng saw Thoughtful Rain nod, although he appeared quite calm on the outside, he admired the girl's great luck. The Silver Legend quest was one of the few super rare special quests in White River City. It was not easy to obtain. One needed to encounter a certain NPC to obtain this quest. However, this NPC appeared at random locations within White River City. Players needed luck to find this NPC. As Feng understood it, this quest had caused quite a commotion in White River City in the past. After this quest had been completed, players received a mount as a reward. However, the quality of the mount depended on the player's quest completion rate. The higher their completion rate was, the higher the mount's quality would be. To players, even obtaining a common mount was a massive expenditure, not to mention a high-quality mount. Back then, this quest's discovery had led White River City's players to a frantic search for that NPC. Unfortunately, very few players had found that NPC, not to mention those who achieved a high question completion rate. What a pity! Thoughtful Rain sighed lightly when she heard Feng's words. She had been working on this quest for a long time now. The next part of the quest was even more difficult than the previous parts. With her strength alone, this quest was difficult to complete. If she had an expert like Feng helping her, she would have a far easier time with it. However, she had only met Feng a handful of times before. They could hardly be considered friends. They were acquaintances at best. Naturally, she could not trouble an expert like Feng to help her complete a quest. Suddenly, Blue Bamboo, who wore a pure white dress over a delicate but curvaceous body, appeared behind Thoughtful Range. Rain, what's taking you so long? Everyone's starting to grow anxious, Blue Bamboo urged. However, her gaze quickly fell on Feng, and she began to evaluate him. Narrowing her eyes as if trying to recall something, she turned to Thoughtful Rain, revealing an expression that seemed to say, Ah, I see. It's not what you think. We just met by coincidence. Thoughtful Rain explained hurriedly. Doesn't our party just so happen to be missing a member? Blue Bamboo grinned at her friend. She then turned to Feng, smiling sweetly as she asked, Big brother Feng, won't you please help us? After we complete the quest, I'll have Rain treat you to a meal at Morning Dew restaurant. I heard the food there is even better than the food of a 7-star hotels. Blue. Thoughtful Rain could not help her embarrassment, miffed that Blue Bamboo was always trying to poke fun at her. If you two can wait 2 hours, I can go with you, Feng offered after giving it some thought. Currently, Thoughtful Rain was already an elite member in Zero Wing. Since they were allies, he would naturally lend a helping hand if he could. Moreover, the Silver Legend quest was very special. If the quest completion rate was high enough, Thoughtful Rain might become a powerful force in Zero Wing in the future. It's only 2 hours. Since this quest isn't particularly urgent, we'll meet up at the Flame Bar later, Blue Bamboo answered before Thoughtful Rain could react. Following which, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo departed from Owen's mansion, while Feng entered the courtyard alone. Led by the Tier 1 guards, Feng reached the courtyard's central garden. Owen already sat comfortably inside a gazebo, waiting for him. A count ranked at the top of White River City's social pyramid. Owen was merely a master tamer. His status was not as high as a master forger's. Hence, he still showed Feng some respect. If any other player stood before him, he'd only show them a cold shoulder. Seeing Feng approach, Owen took the initiative to greet the swordsman, bowing slightly as he said, Lord Count, how may I be of service today? Hello, Master Owen. I'm here to invite you to become Zero Wing's Tamer Consultant. I wonder if you can agree to this request? Feng asked. In God's domain, guilds with stables generally sought to hire a tamer, having the tamer work in the guild at all times. However, hiring a master tamer was very difficult. It was impossible to tie a master tamer to a single guild. Hence, One could only hire a master tamer as a consultant. Moreover, there was still no guarantee that the master tamer would agree. Owen hesitated for a long moment, unsure of how to respond. Take a look at this. Feng took out the stable certificate and handed it over to the old man. To hire a master tamer, a guild must first possess a large-sized stable. Otherwise, the effort would be futile. Even with Feng's status, a master tamer would refuse. This was the main reason why he had opted to construct a large-sized stable. Only after Owen saw the stable certificate did he agree to Feng's request, saying, "It would be my honor to accept Lord Count's invitation. We can see to the formalities immediately." Following which, Feng signed a contract with Owen. In return for Owen becoming Zero Wing's tamer consultant, Zero Wing would pay Owen a monthly retainer of 200 gold. After the contract was official, Feng led Owen to Zero Wing's guild residence. Meanwhile, a huge commotion tore through the guild residence. Chapter 803, New Expansion Pack. After the stable appeared within Zero Wing's residence, news of it spread at the speed of light. Even first-rate guilds have yet to construct a stable, yet Zero Wing has theirs already. This is insane. Zero Wing's members are so lucky. They can purchase a unique mount as soon as they reach level 40. On the other hand, we have to ride horses. I've heard that guild mounts only cost 25 gold. That's 15 gold cheaper than common mounts. This won't do. I need to join Zero Wing. I want to buy a guild mount, too. For a time, the official forums exploded with threads about Zero Wing's latest development. Many guild players drooled over the image of Zero Wing's stable. Field battles in God's domain were growing more difficult. Not only had the monsters become far more of a challenge, but the burden these monsters placed on durability also added a hefty expenditure to their daily budgets. If they could purchase a guild mount, not only would they save 15 gold, but they could also obtain a growing mount. Once they managed to nurture their mounts to bronze rank, their mounts could assist them in battle. Field battles would become easier to take down. The consumption of equipment durability could also be decreased significantly. At the same time, the various large guilds throughout Star Moon Kingdom also felt an immense weight drop onto their shoulders. To obtain the stable design and the necessary materials to construct the stable, they had spared no effort. Yet, not only had they failed to obtain the stable design thus far, but they had also only collected a small stock of the materials. On the other hand, Zero Wing had already finished its own stable. How did Zero Wing construct a stable so quickly? When Feng Xianyang heard the news, jealousy overwhelmed him. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved. Now that Zero Wing had revealed this trump card, no other guild would have a chance of dominating White River City. This incident also confirmed for Feng Xianyang that a super guild did indeed back Zero Wing. Otherwise, how could the guild have possibly constructed a stable so quickly? Shortly after Zero Wing's stable was complete, a system announcement reached every player in God's Domain. System announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War God's Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. System announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War God's Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. System announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War God's Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing in everyone's minds. Immediately, players began to search for information on the new expansion pack. They were shocked by what they found. After they read about the new expansion pack, every player, ordinary and guild players both, were ecstatic. Meanwhile, Feng, who had hurriedly led Owen to Zero Wing's residence, was also stunned when he heard the system announcement. Why has the Abyss Battlefield appeared so soon? Feng could not help his frown. Is it because of the stable? The more Feng thought about it, the more he agreed with the possibility. In the past, the Abyss Battlefield expansion had released when mainstream players neared level 40. At that time, super guilds had almost finished constructing their stables. Although the Abyss Battlefield was called an expansion pack, in reality, it was just the introduction to another way for players to experience the game. Ordinary players had almost no opportunities to experience a true battlefield. Guilds also tried to avoid massive wars involving hundreds of thousands of players. Hence, to give ordinary players the experience of a true battlefield, the system had introduced the Abyss Battlefield. Through the War God's Temple in the various cities, players had one chance to enter the Abyss Battlefield each day. If they died, they would be returned to their respective cities. The Abyss Battlefield was a massive map. Players transferring in from different cities would appear in different towns within the Abyss Battlefield. Players were required to defend their respective towns, preventing the abyssal race's invasion. The system awarded players depending on their contributions. EXP and honor points were the usual rewards. These honor points could be exchanged for various rare potions and magic scrolls. Players could also trade the points for the double EXP buff. In the Abyss Battlefield, players received EXP from the monsters they killed. These monsters' drops were also relatively good. Moreover, even if players died in the Abyss Battlefield, they would not suffer the usual penalties. On the contrary, they would be rewarded depending on their performances. Hence, when the Abyss Battlefield had been introduced during Feng's previous life, players had flooded the area. Feng could only manage a bitter smile. Although constructing the guild stable had provided massive advantages, it had also hastened God's domain's evolution. Following which, Feng led Owen to the underground warehouse of Zero Wings residents. Heavens! Are my eyes playing a trick on me? Owen's face lit up when he saw the Thunderwolf inside the massive cage. I never thought I would actually meet a 5-star beast in my lifetime. Master Owen, may I know how long it will take for you to tame it? Feng asked. This is my first time encountering a 5-star beast. However, based on my calculations, I will need roughly 25 days. Owen caressed his white beard before offering his answer. I'll leave the task to you then, Feng said. When he heard how long the Thunder Beast's taming would require, he was shocked. Even a master tamer required 25 days to tame the Thunder Beast. If he had hired a weaker tamer to do the job, even ordinary players would have their mounts before the Thunder Beast was ready. Please leave it to me. I will nurture the Thunder Beast into the best mount you've ever seen, Owen said, his eyes glowing with excitement. After Feng finished dealing with the guild mount issue, he took a horse carriage to the flame bar. On his way, Feng could clearly hear the fevered discussions regarding the Abyss Battlefield. Meanwhile, in the flame bar, many players who had come to relax could not pull their eyes from the establishment's corner and the 3 great beauties sitting there. The girl in long purple robes, in particular, moved the male players' hearts with every movement. However, as soon as these players saw the 6-winged emblem on 2 of these beauties, they immediately discarded any thoughts of approaching the women. Zero Wings Guild emblem was a taboo in White River City. No player dared to provoke Zero Wings members inside White River City. Even the domineering members of Overwhelming Smile proceeded with caution. Blue, is this person really that strong? A female berserker in deep blue heavy armor could not help but ask. This female berserker had a graceful body and pearly white teeth. Of course. He is one of our guild's experts. Blue Bamboo said pridefully. An expert. The female berserker smiled. Even the 2 men beside her smiled. Ordinary layers might think of guild players as experts, but to them, guild experts were a joke. They had killed well over 100 guild experts in the fields by now. He's here. Blue Bamboo said as she pointed towards Feng after he entered the building. Chapter 804. Wind God's Spear. Is he the person you were talking about? The female berserker and her 2 male companions shifted their gazes towards Feng. The young man wore a black cloak and silver armor. From his waist hung 2 exquisite long swords, one white and one black. Every one of his movements felt natural and graceful. His actions lacked any awkwardness, so much so that, if they did not focus on this young man, their minds might ignore him altogether. Moreover, the young man did not give off the familiar pressure they usually felt from experts. On the contrary, he felt safe and relatable. As Feng made his way through the bar, Players seemed to move out of his way as if trying to avoid him intentionally. It was as if they couldn't sense Feng's existence. It did not take long for Feng to move through the crowd and reach the party. Big brother Feng, you finally arrived. We were just talking about you. Blue Bamboo said, giggling. Let me introduce you. This great beauty is Autumn Goose, this gentleman with the beard is called Death Wind, and this handsome man is Gunfire. They are members of Wind God Spear. Hello, Feng said, smiling as he looked at the three people. Inwardly, however, he was surprised. He was familiar with the name Wind God Spear. The name belonged to an independent organization similar to the famous Midnight Tea Party, and it based its operations in the Dark Knight Empire. Independent players that disliked the restriction of guilds and preferred adventure would usually form independent organizations to conquer certain quests that could not be completed alone. Among the independent organizations in the past, Wind God Spear had been relatively famous. This organization had once completed several legendary quests. Legendary quests were difficult enough to give even super guilds pause, not accepting one unless they were extremely confident in succeeding. However, the Wind God Spear contained countless players who would not hesitate to take up the challenge. To put it simply, they were a bunch of lunatics with no fear of death. When everyone had believed that the organization would fail, the Wind God Spear shattered these naysayers' beliefs, completing one legendary quest after another. Aside from those who loved to challenge deadly quests, the Wind God Spear also contained players with a furious love of battle. Every member within the organization was a battle maniac. They had often challenged God's Domain's experts in the past. These players would even hunt down the older monsters from super guilds for a duel. Unfortunately, Feng was not privy to the outcome of those fights. However, seeing as the Wind God Spear had still been around after a decade and had even become a legend in the eyes of many independent players. As for the three people before him right now, Feng had heard of two of them before. The Shield Warrior Deathwind and the Berserker Gunfire. Both of them had taken part in a legendary quest in the past. Even an apex expert of God's Domain would not have more than a 20% success rate against a legendary quest. Meanwhile, these two had completed a legendary quest before. Their abilities were unquestionable. They were extremely powerful. Feng had thought that Thoughtful Rain would, at most, have a few ordinary elite players accompanying her. He had never imagined she knew such experts. If an elite party tried to complete the Silver Legend quest, even if they succeeded, their completion rate would not be high. However, with this group, achieving a high completion rate would be a piece of cake. Just who is this girl? Curiosity overwhelmed Feng as he shifted his gaze towards the quiet, Thoughtful Rain. The first time they met, Feng felt as if he had seen Thoughtful Rain before, but he couldn't recall meeting her elsewhere. She felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Yet he couldn't remember an expert named Thoughtful Rain in God's Domain during his previous life. Meanwhile, now that he met Thoughtful Rain again, both her aura and strength had undergone a heaven-defying change. If she continued to develop at this pace, she would definitely become more than an ordinary expert. Moreover, with the fact that she knew members of the Wind God's Spear, it was even less possible that she had been an unknown entity in God's Domain in the past. Hello. Autumn Goose and the others returned Feng's greeting. It seems that Blue hadn't been exaggerating. If we can have an expert like you with us, we should be able to complete this quest with ease. They had not expected that Zero Wing also had someone like this in its ranks. To ordinary players, Feng was an ordinary young man. However, they were neither ordinary players nor ordinary experts. After hundreds of life and death battles and overcoming their limits, again and again, not only had they cultivated a beast-like intuition, but they had also gained the ability to distinguish the strong. True experts would only reveal their domineering auras when displaying their strength. Normally, their auras would remain hidden. Their auras would appear to be as calm as the great ocean, unperturbed regardless of what was thrown at them. Others would find it hard to generate hostility against someone with such an aura. Without a doubt, they noticed this about Feng. Feng was a true expert. He was far beyond the ordinary experts they usually encountered. Big Brother Wind, who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of someone named Feng in Zero Wing before? Autumn Goose could not help but ask the Shield Warrior through a private chat as she evaluated Feng. I'm not sure, but based on our information on Zero Wing, aside from Black Flame, the guild's experts are subpar at best. However, I expect no less from the upstart guild that defeated the Star Alliance. The guild has even constructed a stable. Zero-wing strength is truly unfathomable, Deathwind laughed. It is good that Rain has joined such a guild. Indeed. While we still have a headache over our mounts, both Rain and Blue can obtain a guild mount of their own as soon as they reach level 40. Autumn Goose responded enviously. What's so great about guilds? The Berserker Gunfire snorted. How can they compare to the freedom we enjoy? We can move about God's domain unrestricted. We also don't have to work under anyone. Weapons, equipment, rare skills or mounts, whatever these large guilds can get their hands on, we can too. After they had joined God's domain, guild players had often sought them out to cause trouble. The various large guilds occupied all of the valuable leveling areas. Hence, they had formed the Wind God's Spear. Not only had they fought the various large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire, but they had also made these guilds suffer abundant losses. Pampered guild players could not compare to the hardships they faced. Neither Deathwind nor Autumn Goose refuted Gunfire's words. Their hatred of guilds had been precisely the reason they had joined Wind God's Spear. Now, they would never bother with joining a guild. Since everyone's here, let's head over to the Crystal Forest, Thoughtful Rain said as she invited Feng to their party. Moreover, she had even passed the party's leadership to Feng. Gunfire was not pleased. No matter how he looked at it, Deathwind should be the party leader as he was the most qualified for the role. Deathwind possessed a wealth of leadership experience. He even had completed many advanced quests before. He was the best choice. However, since Thoughtful Rain had invited them, it was up to her to choose the party's leader. Arguing against it would be inappropriate. Following which, Feng and the others headed to the teleportation hall and teleported to the Crystal Forest. The Crystal Forest was a small level 40 to level 50 map. However, the terrain was complex. The monsters here also had high defense and HP. As a result, very few players were willing to level up here. Taking a look at the quest details Thoughtful Rain had sent him, Feng looked towards the distant cave and said, "That should be the place." Close to the cave entrance, over a dozen level 43 special elite crystal giants roamed the area. Meanwhile, a massive Icefire cheetah slept a short distance from the cave. This Icefire cheetah was a level 44 lord. It would slaughter an ordinary party easily. "Heh, let's watch you make a fool of yourself." Gunfire inwardly sneered as he watched Feng. The Silver Legend quest was extremely difficult. Even with Deathwind leading them, their party would be hard-pressed to complete the quest. Hence, it was impossible for a pampered young master like Feng, who had only completed a few high-difficulty quests, to succeed here. Chapter 805. Insane Suggestion. This is bad. Autumn Goose muttered as she glanced at the cave's surroundings. Aside from the crystal giants and Icefire cheetah guarding the cave, she also spotted a group of crystal wolves patrolling the area. As long as they fought within the cave's vicinity, they would attract the attention of the crystal wolves. The monsters would inadvertently catch them in a pincer attack. The crystal wolves were roughly 2 meters long, and their bodies were made of light blue crystal. Unfortunately, several hundred crystal wolves patrolled the forest. Crystal Giant, Elemental Being, Special Elite. Level 43. HP 510, 000/510, 000. Icefire Cheetah, Elemental Being, Lord. Level 44. HP 4, 000, 000/4, 000, 000. Crystal Wolf, Elemental Being, Common. Level 41. HP 48, 000/48, 000. If they took on so many monsters at once, it would be extremely difficult for them to make it to the cave. Furthermore, there were large level gaps between them and the cave's guardians. They were only level 35, yet they had to face a level 44 lord and over a dozen level 43 special elites simultaneously. This would not be an easy endeavor. As a monster's level increased, not only would its HP increase, but its attributes also increased. A level 44 lord dealt no less damage than a level 30 high lord. The level 44 lord might even be slightly stronger. Facing down a level 30 field High Lord would be suicide. Not to mention, they would also have to fight so many crystal giants and crystal wolves. Every one of these monsters had high HP and defense. Without a team of at least 50 level 40 elite players, defeating these monsters would be incredibly difficult. Thoughtful Rain frowned at this situation. Why don't we clear away those crystal wolves first? Thoughtful Rain suggested after a moment of thought. I think it would be wiser to take out the crystal wolves first as well. If we trigger a battle while trying to enter the cave, with a speed-type boss like the Icefire Cheetah chasing us, we won't be able to avoid a pincer attack. Deathwind nodded in agreement. After we get rid of those crystal wolves, I'll hold back the boss while you guys enter the cave. With the Icefire Cheetah's size, it should not be able to get in. Even if he were strong with only one healer in the party, he could not tank a level 44 lord for very long. After all, there was a vast difference between his attributes and the boss's. Moreover, the Icefire Cheetah was a speed-type boss, the bane of MTs. It was extremely difficult to avoid the attacks of a speed-type boss. The level gap only made the situation worse. Leader, what do you suggest? Gunfire asked as he turned to the silent Feng, grinning. The members of the various large guilds were accustomed to using Zerg tactics to solve their problems. Regardless of what kind of problems they faced during a quest, they just needed to send a large group of players to deal with it. Now, however, they only had the strength of a party. Moreover, this quest was located in such a high-level map. Unlike Deathwind, who had long since grown accustomed to high-level monsters and could remain cool-headed in such a situation, Feng would have no idea what to do here. However, their quest was quite difficult. Normally, they would challenge monsters that were, at most, 5 levels higher than them. Even then, the fight would be risky. Now, they had to face a level 44 lord. The slightest mistake could cause a party wipe. Feng glanced at the crystal wolves before shifting his gaze back towards the Icefire Cheetah. I suggest that we charge for the cave. There is no need to waste time on the crystal wolves. Once we enter the cave, the Icefire Cheetah won't be able to follow us. Afterward, we just need to deal with the crystal giants and crystal wolves. Moreover, the cave is cramped inside, so the crystal wolves won't be able to use their wolf pack tactics. It should be fairly easy to annihilate them. In truth, Feng wasn't overly worried about the Icefire Cheetah or the crystal giants. His biggest worry was the crystal wolves. Thoughtful Rain and the others had no idea just how scary those crystal wolves were. Wolves love to hunt in groups. Naturally, this was the case for the crystal wolves in the crystal forest. Although they could only see a few hundred in the area, once the battle began, these crystal wolves would call for reinforcements. If they could not finish the crystal wolves off quickly enough and allowed the monsters to use their summon skill, they would have to fight far more than just a few hundred crystal wolves. If the crystal wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King, tragedy would befall them. The Crystal Wolf King was the Crystal Forest's ruler. It was also a level 50 Great Lord. In Feng's previous life, countless players, who had ventured to the Crystal Forest in search of ores, had died under the Wolf King's paws. Hence, after the general populace learned of this beast, many players had tried to avoid provoking the Crystal Wolves. If their party attacked the Crystal Wolves, they would find death waiting for them. Charge for the cave? Autumn Goose was dumbstruck. How are we supposed to shake off the crystal giants and enter the cave? Although Deathwind could pin down the Icefire Cheetah for a short time, if the others wanted to enter the cave, they had to deal with the crystal giants. The crystal giants were level 43 special elites, not common monsters that even noobs could defeat. They were not easy opponents. The crystal giants would flatten them under their fists if they made the slightest mistake. Meanwhile, the crystal wolves would have enough time to join the fray while they had their hands full with the special elites. In the end, they would be caught a pincer attack with no path of retreat. Leave the Icefire Cheetah to me. Deathwind will attract those crystal giants. Blue, you just need to focus on healing Deathwind. Rain, you'll assist Deathwind by restricting the crystal giants from afar. Everyone else, head straight towards the cave, Feng explained slowly. Deathwind was a shield warrior and had the crowd mock skill. He would have the easiest time holding the giants aggro. Without the crystal giants in their way, the crystal wolves wouldn't have time to launch a pincer attack. Once they entered the cave, without the Lord's interference, it would be easier to deal with the special elites and common monsters. Even if the Crystal Wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King, with how little space the cave provided, all the Crystal Wolf King could do was wait outside with the Icefire Cheetah. "You'll tank it?" Thoughtful Rain and the others turned to Feng as one. Feng was only a swordsman. Although he had hidden his level with the black cloak, even if he were the same level as the level 44 Icefire Cheetah, its claws would rend him to death with 2 or 3 attacks. Furthermore, he wouldn't have a healer on him. At most, he could hold off the Lord for a brief moment. That certainly wasn't enough time for them to make it into the cave. "Rain, are you sure that there won't be any issues?" Autumn Goose quietly asked thoughtful Rain. It was not that she did not believe in Feng. However, this plan was simply too dangerous. The slightest mistake could compromise their lives. If they lost a level, it would become far more difficult to complete the quest. "I trust him," thoughtful Rain said with confidence as she looked at the calm, composed swordsman. Although she, too, had her doubts, when she looked at Feng's composure and confidence, she wanted to believe in the young man. She did not know why, but whenever she looked at Feng's figure, she thought of Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame, whom she had met only a few times before. Black Flame always tried something that everyone else thought was impossible. In the end, however, he always proved everyone wrong. Black Flame had become a legend in Zero Wing. Many members in the guild admired him. "Ha, whatever. It's just one death," Autumn Goose sighed as she prepared herself to take a leap of faith. Even if the plan failed, she had a backup plan to help thoughtful Rain and the others escape. As for Death Wind and Gunfire, they also prepared to die. After Feng arranged the party's positioning, he activated Windwalk and dashed towards the Icefire Cheetah. When Feng was within 80 yards, the Icefire Cheetah woke, discovering the swordsman immediately. It released a vicious growl. Groar! With its growl, the Icefire Cheetah, which stood over 8 meters tall, spat scorching flames. Immediately, over a dozen massive fireballs bombarded Feng. "It's over." When thoughtful Rain and the others saw the dozen or so fireballs, their hearts sank. Feng could never dodge all of those attacks. However, before they could sigh, they saw a streak of blue light cut across the space before Feng, slicing the massive fireballs in half. Chapter 806. Difference in Weapons. This. Surprise flashed in everyone's eyes as they watched Feng. The Lord-ranked monster's fireballs were extraordinary. Even from this distance, they could feel the power contained within those massive fireballs. If they encountered one of those fireballs, the blast from the impact would definitely send them flying. Yet, in front of Feng, these massive fireballs were as fragile as glass. With one hit, Feng sliced apart every fireball sent at him. The Icefire Cheetah's attack hadn't slowed Feng in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, Feng was only 30 yards away from the Icefire Cheetah. Grr! Seeing the impudent human approach, the Icefire Cheetah released an angry, deafening roar. Rather than attacking with its fire, its paws pushed off the ground. Instantly, the level 44 Lord transformed into an afterimage as it pounced on Feng. A Lord-ranked monster's attributes were frightening enough. To add to the terror, the Icefire Cheetah was a speed-type boss. It would only take the Icefire Cheetah an instant to cross the 30 yards. The Icefire Cheetah loomed like a 3-story building as it appeared before Feng. It swiped its razor-sharp claws at Feng's head. Boom! The hard, rocky ground beneath the swordsman shattered and exploded, sending dust everywhere. Even thoughtful Rain and the others, who stood roughly 100 yards away from Feng, could feel the ground tremble. Such high strength. Autumn Goose was shocked when she saw the flying rocks. Is that a level 44 Lord-ranked monster? Death Wind's expression grew serious. Previously, he thought he could, more or less, cope with the Icefire Cheetah's attack. Now, however, even with a healer, he would only last a few hits. Moreover, not only was the Icefire Cheetah's strength absurd, but its speed also astonishing. He would have an extremely difficult time trying to dodge the Lord's attacks. Death Wind, hurry and attract the Crystal Giant's attention. Everyone else, head for the cave as quickly as possible. Feng's voice suddenly burst into the team chat. The team was shocked to hear it. They had not expected Feng to still be alive after taking the Ice-Fire Cheetah's attack. How did he evade that attack? When the dust settled, Gunfire's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Feng actually stood beside the Ice-Fire Cheetah's claws, completely unharmed. The Lord's attack had only created a massive crater beneath its feet. The Ice-Fire Cheetah was incredibly quick. Even Gunfire had failed to catch a clear look before the Lord's claws landed. If even his eyes had trouble keeping up with the monster, he would have no hope of evading its attacks. Yet, without a doubt, Feng had done just that. At this moment, however, everyone shoved away their shock as they charged towards the cave. Death Wind immediately cast Crowd Mock on the Crystal Giants, attracting the dozen or so special elites aggro. The Crystal Giants were not speed-type monsters. Rather, they relied on their strength. Their movements were relatively slow. Although ordinary players would still find it difficult to evade the Crystal Giants' attacks, an expert like Deathwind could easily evade simultaneously the attacks of 2 or 3 Crystal Giants. Even if he could not dodge, he could block them with his shield. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain cast ice walls and ice spheres to limit the giants' movement, allowing the others to shake off the special elites and head into the cave. Such immense power! There were too many Crystal Giants. For a time, even Deathwind struggled to cope with the attacks he was receiving, and he was forced to defend with his shield. However, the instant a Crystal Giant's fist struck his shield, the impact forced Deathwind to retreat by 4 steps before he steadied himself, a damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. Why are these Crystal Giants so strong? Autumn Goose wore a solemn expression when she saw the damage above Deathwind's head. Deathwind was a level 35 shield warrior with over 14,000 HP. He was also fully geared with level 30 top-tier equipment. Even his shield was a level 30 dark gold ranked shield. The shield warrior had also learned plenty of passive skills that increased his defense. Deathwind would lose around 200 HP when he blocked an attack from a level 35 special elite with his shield. Now, the level 43 Crystal Giant dealt over -800 damage with one punch. Its strength could rival a level 35 chieftain. If Deathwind failed to block or dodge the attack, the shield warrior would only last 3 or 4 hits. Autumn Goose's gaze shifted towards the distant Feng once more. Currently, Feng was tanking a level 44 lord. If even a level 43 special elite was so strong, just how horrific was the lord? However, even now, the Ice-Fire Cheetah had yet to land a single hit on Feng. If she or anyone else tried to tank the lord, the Ice-Fire Cheetah would have long since claimed their lives. She never thought that there was such a massive gap between them. Autumn Goose and the others did not realize that Feng was actually struggling. One could say that he was on thin ice with every move. Feng's attributes were very high. However, he was only level 39. The Ice-Fire Cheetah, on the other hand, was level 44. Moreover, it was a lord-ranked monster. Previously, when Feng had faced the level 50 special elite blood warrior, he only managed to defeat it after using all of his strength. The Ice-Fire Cheetah was much stronger than the blood warrior. Not only did it possess higher strength, but it was also significantly faster. If not for his reaching the Void Realm and accurately predicting the cheetah's attack trajectories, the level 44 lord would have already shredded Feng to pieces. Of course, Feng had the ability to suppress the Ice-Fire Cheetah. He just needed to activate his Berserk skill. Unfortunately, Berserk skill's cooldowns were too long. On the off chance that they encountered danger later on, without the trump card of a Berserk skill, they would be easy prey. Aside from Berserk skills, he could also summon a Tier 2 demon with the Bible of Darkness. With a Tier 2 demon acting as a meat shield, killing the Ice-Fire Cheetah would not be a problem. However, doing so would reveal the Bible of Darkness to outsiders. He could not use it casually. Moreover, as a veteran gamer who had adventured in God's domain for over a decade, he knew how important it was to maintain his peak state. Currently, his job was to hold the Ice-Fire Cheetah back, not to kill it. He had no reason to go all out. This should be enough. While dodging, Feng glanced towards the other party members, noticing that they had almost reached the cave. He then began to move towards the cave as well. After everyone entered the cave, and Feng shook off the Ice-Fire Cheetah, Deathwind blocked the Crystal Giants and the quickly approaching Crystal Wolves. The rest of the party members then launched their own attacks. The cave was cramped, so only 3 crystal giants could attack the shield warrior at a time. Even if Death Wind blocked the attacks with his shield, the cleric Blue Bamboo could heal him in time and keep his HP full. So hard. Autumn Goose felt her hands numb as she hacked her greatsword at a crystal giant. Meanwhile, the crystal giant she attacked only received around -1,300 damage. This defense could rival a lord-ranked monster's. As for Gunfire, his damage was around the same as Autumn Goose's. His normal attacks only dealt around -1,200 damage. Only with his skills could he deal over -2,000 damage. Among the party members, Thoughtful Rain was the most awkward. As these monsters were elemental beings, their magic resistance was quite high. Despite her top-tier equipment, her spells dealt less than -1,000 damage. Only Tier 1 skills were slightly more effective. Pang! The crack of crystal echoed throughout the cave, and the players shifted their gazes towards the sound's origin. A damage of -5,458 points appeared above the head of a crystal giant. A deep groove had appeared on the Special Elite's hard crystal exterior. Chapter 807. War Spirit Possession. How can his attack power be so high? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned. Despite wearing top-tier equipment, their attacks barely scratched the crystal giants. These monsters' defense was so high that their weapons couldn't injure the Special Elites. Yet, not only had Feng's attack dealt a frightening amount of damage, but it had also wounded the monster, decreasing its combat power. However, before Autumn Goose and the others could recover from their surprise, Feng executed Chop on the crystal giant. 3 arcs of blue sword light converged to a single point and flew towards the crystal giant. The attack even sliced apart space, a black seam appearing along the sword light's trail. When the black seam encountered the crystal giant, the Special Elite's crystal exterior shattered. Feng's sword passed through the crystal giant's body as if it were air. Without any resistance whatsoever, the weapon cleaved through one side of the monster's body. -9,462. This damage hadn't been the result of a critical hit. This damage was simply from Feng's skill. Immediately, a large chunk of the crystal giant's HP vanished. Moreover, due to the injury from the attack, the crystal giant's movements became somewhat sluggish. After a brief fight, the crystal giant, which had 510,000 HP, fell to the ground, dropping a piece of equipment and several materials. Everyone in the party also received a bounty of EXP. Meanwhile, the crystal giant that Deathwind and the other party members fought still had over half of its HP. The difference between Feng's damage and theirs was obvious with a glance. Is he even human? How is his damage so high? Autumn Goose exclaimed when she glanced at Crystal Giant. Feng's damage was several times higher than theirs combined. Moreover, he easily defeated the Crystal Giant without receiving any help at all. Even in the Wind God's Spear, they would be hard-pressed to find such a strong player. I told you that Big Brother Yifeng is very strong, yet none of you believed me. You get it now, right? Blue Bamboo said proudly as she puffed her chest, acting as Feng's achievement were her own. Seeing her friend's behavior, Thoughtful Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly. However, Feng's performance had been satisfying. Previously, Autumn Goose and the others had continuously advised her to leave Zero Wing. Moreover, they had insisted that she would improve slower in the guild than if she joined the Wind God's Spear and that their organization's experts were far stronger. However, Feng's performance proved them wrong. With this, Autumn Goose and the others would most likely stop trying to persuade her to leave Zero Wing. Is this the strength of a Zero Wing expert? Gunfire was stunned after watching Feng's performance. He was considered one of the top-ranking experts in the organization. He had even killed many guild experts during his time in the Dark Knight Empire. However, if he compared himself to Feng, the difference between them was practically the difference between heaven and earth. He could not bring himself to believe that a player could be so powerful. First, Feng had tanked a level 44 lord. Now, Feng swiftly defeated a level 43 special elite by himself. Both the swordsman's combat techniques and his basic attributes were far more powerful than his own. With such a powerful DPS player like Feng in the party, they could clear out the Crystal Giants and Crystal Wolves far faster. In less than half an hour, the giants and wolves inside the cave had died, leaving behind all sorts of weapons, equipment, and materials. We're leveling so fast. I will usually need to grind for 2 or 3 hours to earn this much EXP. If we continue grinding at this pace, I'll reach level 36 within a day. Autumn Goose's excitement grew as she looked at her own EXP bar. Players could use mounts once they reached level 40. At that time, she would not have to waste so much time running about. She could also explore new places, reducing her competition over resources. The other party members also received a huge boost to their EXP bars. Their leveling speed here was at least 2 or 3 times faster than their usual leveling speed. To Feng, however, the EXP he obtained from killing the crystal giants and crystal wolves was not nearly enough. He was level 39 already. Moreover, he required double the normal EXP to level up. The EXP these special elites and common monsters provided barely moved his EXP bar. Ha! There's a skill book here. Deathwind stated when he noticed a thick, glowing golden book on the ground. Picking it up, he exclaimed, "A berserk skill book. We've hit the jackpot." The main method to learn skills in God's domain was by visiting NPC instructors. Players also learned skills by purchasing them with legacy skill points or obtaining skill books. The skills that instructors offered were general. Their strength was also subpar at best. However, one could learn a large variety of skills with this method. Meanwhile, although the skills one purchased with legacy points were very powerful, it was extremely difficult to obtain legacy points. Normally, players only obtained them by leveling up. As for skills learned from skill books, they were generally quite powerful. Some were even stronger than legacy skills. In the current God's domain, a player's strength did not only depend on weapons and equipment. Skills were very important as well. It was especially true for berserk skills. If an elite player learned a berserk skill, they could contend with expert players. They might even be able to defeat them. If an expert player learned a berserk skill, they could defeat top-tier experts who lacked their own berserk skill. They could also hold off a lord-ranked monster of the same level for a short time. Hence, berserk skills were incredibly valuable in God's domain. Unfortunately, berserk skills were even rarer than top-tier dark gold equipment. On the market, a single berserk skill book could cost several hundred gold. This fascinated countless players. If they could obtain an extremely powerful berserk skill, they could easily sell it for hundreds of gold to a large guild. However, players were rarely willing to sell their berserk skills. Even now, the powerful Wind God Spear only had 2 players with berserk skills. Big Brother Wind, what kind of berserk skill is it? Blue Bamboo asked, her eyes practically glowing. Is it for magical classes? When the others heard this, they glanced at the golden skill book as well. They were all curious about the skill book. It's a melee class berserk skill called War Spirit Possession, Deathwind said. He then displayed the skill's introduction to the party chat. War Spirit Possession allows a heroic spirit to possess a melee class for a short period. When activated, decreases all skill cooldowns by 30%, increases damage by 20%, strength by 90%, agility by 50%, and endurance by 50% for 60 seconds. Cooldown: 8 hours. Cannot be stacked with other attribute-increasing skills. Such a powerful berserk skill. Many in the party fell speechless after reading the skill's details. Generally, a berserk skill only increased one attribute. Berserk skills that covered multiple attributes were extremely rare. This skill book excited Autumn Goose, Deathwind, and Gunfire, who were all melee classes. On the other hand, Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain were slightly disappointed. With this berserk skill, questing by themselves or fighting other players would become much easier. Don't just focus on the skill book. There's still a fine gold treasure chest here, Feng informed the others as he pointed towards the large golden treasure chest that sat deep inside the cave. Chapter 808. Yi Feng's Invitation. A fine gold treasure chest. Hearing Feng's words, everyone spun towards the distant glowing altar. 5 crystal pillars stood around the altar, glowing a faint blue. A golden treasure chest sat above the altar. Next to the treasure chest sat a massive pitch-black egg. Runes decorated the egg surface, and a faint, white mist flowed into it. Rain, that should be the item you're looking for, Autumn Goose said as she pointed towards the egg. Due to the quest's introduction, the team knew that the quest would award a mount. That giant, sealed egg was the reason for their visit to the Crystal Forest. That should be the one. Thoughtful Rain nodded. However, when she looked at the altar, her expression darkened slightly. A faint, blue barrier enveloped the altar. An NPC also stood next to the altar with his eyes closed. If one used an identification skill on this NPC, they would discover that he was actually a level 100, Tier 3 illusionist. Gerard, illusionist. Level 100. HP 8000 000/8000 The indicator above this illusionist was red, informing players that this Tier 3 NPC was an enemy. A Tier 3 class was the equivalent of a Great Lord of the same level. Although NPCs had far less HP than Great Lords of the same level, players would rather deal with a Great Lord than a Tier 3 NPC. Furthermore, the illusionist before them was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. The instant everyone noticed Gerard's presence, they felt a weight land on their shoulders. A gloomy atmosphere descended on them, sabotaging their earlier joy of finding the Berserk skill. Are we supposed to defeat him? Blue Bamboo asked softly as she pointed at Gerard, worried that her voice would attract the NPC's attention. Nobody in the party had an answer to the cleric's question. If they had to defeat Gerard to complete this quest, then this trip had been in vain. Even a level 100, Tier 1 NPC could beat them black and blue, much less a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. The difference in levels and attributes was simply too massive. None of the equipment currently available in God's domain could make up for this gap. Just as everyone considered giving up. No. There should be a way to complete this quest, Feng suddenly said through the party chat. You have a plan? Everyone turned to Feng in surprise. Surviving Gerard's attacks would be a miracle, not to mention stealing the giant egg he guarded. How could they possibly walk away with that egg? As far as they were concerned, this task was impossible. That was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC, not a common monster. Yes, that NPC is clearly maintaining the defensive magic array and injecting most of his mana into that giant egg. There are two possible outcomes if we approach him. In the first scenario, Gerard gives up maintaining the magic array and attacks us, while in the second scenario, he continues to maintain the magic array, but summons a beast to deal with us. If that is the case, Gerard himself will be unable to move. If we interrupt his casting, the defensive magic array will fail. In either scenario, we have a chance to steal the egg as long as we interrupt the magic array. The only problem is delaying Gerald and creating an opportunity for one of us to steal the egg. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Feng's logic. But which one of us will delay the NPC? Autumn Goose asked. Even if Big Brother Wind is a shield warrior, against a level 100, Tier 3 NPC, he will die instantly. And which one of us will be responsible for stealing the egg? Putting it bluntly, they did not even qualify as cannon fodder. How could they successfully steal the egg? I can delay him for a short time. However, the person stealing the egg must be quick. If they're not fast enough, this operation will fail, Feng said after giving it some thought. With his current strength, he had no hope of defeating a Tier 3 illusionist. Delaying one, however, was possible. Although Feng had spoken softly, his words had dumbfounded his companions. They had a rough understanding of this swordsman after witnessing Feng's actions and hearing what he had to say. He lived up to his words and was extremely trustworthy. Since Feng had made the claim, it meant that he was confident that he could accomplish it. Otherwise, he would not have said anything at all. But there are no speed-type classes among us. We won't make it in time, Thoughtful Rain said, shaking her head. Setting aside magical classes and Feng, who had to pin down the NPC, everyone else was a warrior. They would be able to steal the egg fast enough. Don't we have the War Spirit Possession? Feng asked, chuckling. The War Spirit Possession skill increased a player's agility. Naturally, the player's speed would also increase. Moreover, he had speed scrolls in his bag. With these, they should be able to reach the egg in time. But this skill book is too valuable. Moreover, we have only come this far thanks to you, Feng. Would you really be all right with letting outsiders learn the war spirit possession? Autumn Goose asked awkwardly. The berserk skill was more valuable than top-tier equipment or weapons. It's just a skill book. If you feel so bad about it, why don't you join Zero Wing? If experts like you join Zero Wing, you will be given a set of dark gold equipment. Receiving a berserk skill is also normal. Moreover, Zero Wing's management is not strict. There aren't many restrictions on our members. If you want to go out on an adventure or do a quest, the guild will even provide with all sorts of assistance, Feng offered, grinning. All three of these players, Autumn Goose, Deathwind, and Gunfire, exhibited remarkable combat standards. They only lacked some formal guidance. Otherwise, they could become a force to be reckoned with. Zero Wing had grown a lot stronger. However, it still had very few experts. If Autumn Goose and the others joined Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly make the guild even stronger. Not to mention a mere berserk skill book, Feng was even willing to give each of them a Tier 1 set equipment if they joined the guild. To other expert players, the war spirit possession might be precious, but to Zero Wing's experts, it was nothing. Feng could simply give them the power of darkness. Although the power of darkness did not provide as much of a boost as the war spirit possession did, its duration was far longer. Overall, the power of darkness was stronger than the war spirit possession by a large margin. Moreover, compared to several berserk skill books, Feng was more interested in the fine gold treasure chest. That treasure chest was even rarer than a berserk skill. After Feng's blatant attempt to recruit them, Autumn Goose and the others pondered their options for some time. Previously, they had felt nothing more than disdain for guilds. However, after seeing Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's daily lifestyle in the game, in addition to the fact that Zero Wing was home to an expert like Feng, their impressions of Zero Wing had changed significantly. Even an expert like Feng was willing to help Thoughtful Rain with her quest. It was simply unthinkable in other guilds. Moreover, Thoughtful Rain adventured with their group often. She had never been restricted. On the contrary, every time Thoughtful Rain joined them on a quest, she offered an abundance of useful information that she had obtained from her guild. The information was usually out of their reach and had been incredibly convenient when they quested. In the end, after a serious discussion between the three, Autumn Goose walked up to Feng with a solemn expression. Chapter 809. Power of a Tier 3. Although we don't think that joining Zero Wing would be a mistake, we have many friends in the Wind God Spear. Various guilds are also targeting the Wind God Spear in the Dark Knight Empire. It is not in a favorable position right now. We won't abandon the Wind God Spear during such a crucial time, so please forgive us for rejecting your goodwill. Autumn Goose spoke with determination. Feng could tell that the berserker loved and was devoted to the organization. After all, they were all companions who had experienced life and death with each other. How could they abandon that for personal gain? If he were in their shoes, he wouldn't do such a thing, either. Moreover, Autumn Goose understood that should they join Zero Wing, if they were seen fighting with the members of the Wind God Spear, those guilds would turn to Zero Wing and cause trouble. Zero Wing would be dragged into the Wind God Spear's mess. I understand. If you wish to join a guild in the future, please consider Zero Wing. Feng nodded. However, you cannot refuse the War Spirit Possession skill book. We cannot complete this quest without it. Feng had understood that it would be very difficult to poach members from the Wind God Spear. After all, it was an organization of players that detested guilds, to begin with. However, he had still wanted to try. He would take any opportunity he was given. After all, on the off chance he succeeded, he would make a huge profit. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched this from the side, were somewhat disappointed. If Autumn Goose and the others had joined Zero Wing, they would have a much easier time questing and adventuring together. Following which, after a brief discussion, it was decided that Autumn Goose would learn the War Spirit Possession. All right, take these, Feng said. He retrieved 5 silver magic scrolls from his bag, handing them to his 5 party members. Is this a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll? Deathwind could not help his shock after examining the scroll. There were all kinds of magic scrolls in God's domain. Among them, the most precious were the summoning scrolls, although the instantaneous movement magic scrolls followed closely behind. Instantaneous movement magic scrolls allowed players to teleport from one location to another, although it was limited. Players could travel 300 yards in the blink of an eye with a Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll, 1,000 yards with a Tier 1 scroll, and 4,000 yards with a Tier 2 scroll. It was one of the best tools for retreat. However, these scrolls were extremely rare. Even dungeon and field bosses rarely dropped them. Deathwind had only ever heard about such scrolls. On the market, one Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll sold for more than 1 gold, not to mention a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll. Now that they had these scrolls, they could immediately escape the area once they obtained the egg. They could even avoid the icefire cheetah that still guarded the cave's entrance. Autumn Goose and Gunfire were similarly speechless. Big brother Yi Feng, you're rich. Can I mooch off of you in the future? Blue Bamboo joked as she smiled at the Tier 1 magic scroll in her hands. Blue. Thoughtful Rain immediately flicked her friend's forehead. To think that the girl was still in the mood to fool around at such a crucial time. Begin the operation. Upon seeing Autumn Goose in position, he charged towards Gerard the illusionist. When he was 80 yards from the NPC, Gerard discovered Feng's presence. Foolish fellows. You rush to your deaths. I'll send all of you to hell. Gerard smiled disdainfully as he swung his staff. Immediately, a black magic array appeared beside Gerard. A two-headed hellhound launched itself from the magic array. Are you kidding me? A level 100 Lord-ranked monster. Isn't this cheating? Blue Bamboo's jaw dropped when she saw the crimson hellhound. A Tier 3 NPC was already enough trouble. Now, said NPC had summoned a level 100 Lord. This was absurd. Everyone else's expressions similarly darkened. Heh. Feng, however, only revealed a faint smile. The hellhound hadn't surprised him in the least. An illusionist was a Tier 3 class. It was not unusual for one to summon a Tier 2 Lord. Powerful illusionists were even capable of summoning Tier 3 Lords. A Tier 3 illusionist was even more effective in battle than a Tier 3 Great Mage. Of course, while illusionists were capable of summoning powerful monsters, they were very weak. After emerging from the magic array, the hellhound opened its two mouths and spewed crimson flames. The fire engulfed over half of the cave, and any rock that these flames touched instantly turned into molten magma. At this time, Feng activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed by 150%. He then transformed into a shadowy streak as he dodged the oncoming fire before continuing towards Gerard. By the time the hellhound ceased its fiery attack, Feng was less than 40 yards away from the illusionist. Following which, Feng activated Absolute Time, silencing Gerard and cancelling his spellcasting. Despicable ant! You dare to ruin my work! Gerard grew enraged. However, under a silenced state, even Gerard could not cast any spells without leaving Absolute Time's effective area. Suddenly, Feng threw the blazing meteor in his hand. Flame God's Fury! A streak of crimson light appeared before Gerard. Pang! What? The party members exclaimed when they saw what had happened. Gerard had actually caught Feng's blazing meteor between his fingers. Sure enough, the difference between our attributes is simply too massive. Feng smiled bitterly. However, he had already achieved his initial goal. Gerard focused solely on him. In the next moment, both Gerard and the hellhound charged at Feng. Both the Tier 3 illusionist and the hellhound's attributes were far higher than Feng's. Like a powerful gale, the two enemies closed the distance between themselves and Feng. Not daring to be careless, Feng immediately swapped the Aura of Time for the Aura of Wind and activated Windrider. His speed soaring once more, he made a mad dash for the cave's exit. Autumn Goose had also activated War Spirit Possession and dashed for the giant egg. However, Feng's situation was precarious. To avoid receiving the brunt of Gerard's full strength, he had to remain inside Absolute Time's field. Unfortunately, Feng was slightly slower than the hellhound. However, by relying on his understanding of the terrain, dodging the Lord's direct attacks was still relatively easy. Only, the hellhound's attack range was quite long. In addition to the limited amount of space he had to dodge to, he received some splash damage from the Lord's attacks. The flying rubble alone devoured nearly 2,000 of Feng's HP. He could only survive a few hits. Autumn Goose was extremely anxious. Upon arriving before the giant egg, she began to collect it. Why is there a collection time? Autumn Goose's anxiety jumped as she glanced at Feng. While she had approached the giant egg, Feng had lost 1/4 of his HP. If she delayed any longer, they would all be in extreme danger. Time seemed to crawl by. Autumn Goose had spent a total of 3 seconds collecting the giant, black egg. As for the locked fine gold treasure chest, she simply chucked the thing into her bag. Meanwhile, Feng had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. Damnable thieves! Don't even think of leaving this place alive. Discovering that the giant black egg had been stolen, Gerard was furious. Waving his staff, he shattered the restriction absolute time placed on his magic power. Over a dozen silver-colored elemental balls appeared around his body before flying towards Autumn Goose and Feng. Go! Feng shouted sternly. He then unfurled his own instantaneous movement magic scroll and vanished from the cave. Chapter 810, Zero Wings Horror. In a secluded, primitive forest, several figures suddenly appeared. As these figures appeared, a distant cave crumbled as a pillar of light shot into the sky. The frightening power that radiated from the pillar of light caused the air to stagnate. A long, terrifying roar echoed throughout the forest. These players finally realized just how truly terrifying a level 100, Tier 3 NPC was. Astonishingly, Feng had actually survived against the NPC for so long and escaped relatively unharmed. He was a monster. Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire sighed. They had been given an opportunity to deepen their relationship with an expert as powerful as Feng. If they had accepted his offer to join Zero Wing, the swordsman might have even offered to tutor them. However, they had rejected his offer. Quickly, use your return scrolls. Feng urged once he accounted for the whole team. Although the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll was a powerful escape tool, their pursuer was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. Gerard would not let them get away easily. Hearing Feng's reminder, everyone quickly took out their return scrolls and began to activate them. The seconds ticked by. They were all on edge. If Gerard caught up to them, they wouldn't have another chance to escape. Fortunately, the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll had put quite a bit of distance between themselves and Gerard. Even if the illusionist managed to escape the cave, he wouldn't discover their exact location immediately. Sure enough, Gerard had not found them as they finished activating their return scrolls. White River City's teleportation hall. That was close. I thought we were dead for sure, Blue Bamboo said as she patted her chest. Even though she had returned to the city, some fear still lingered in her heart. A level 100, Tier 3 NPC was practically invincible to current players. This had also been the first time she had ever seen a monster shatter a player's attack. One could imagine just how vast the gap was between either side's attributes. Fortunately, they had completed their quest. As soon as Blue Bamboo finished speaking, a sound of a system notification reached their ears. System. You have been targeted by Gerard. If you cannot incubate and hatch the giant egg in 3 days, Gerard will discover your presence in any field map you venture to. If Gerard kills you, you will suffer a double death penalty and 3 days of a weakened state. Why is there another quest? Thoughtful Rain frowned as she looked at the system notification. Her initial quest had been to retrieve the giant egg. Now, after so much trouble to accomplish that, she received another one. Moreover, the penalty for failure was considerably severe. If she failed this quest, a level 100, Tier 3 NPC would hunt them down. Unfortunately, players at this stage of the game had no hope of killing this NPC. In other words, they would no longer be able to explore or level up if she failed. Autumn Goose and the others wore similarly horrified expressions. Although they had helped Thoughtful Rain, they had never expected to be held accountable for the quest as well. This was the first time they had encountered such a quest. They had experienced Gerard's power personally. If they encountered Gerard in the fields, they would only find death. Does the egg's description include any incubation methods? Feng asked Autumn Goose. He had long since grown accustomed to such sudden developments. Let me see. Autumn Goose hurriedly called up the giant egg's information. It says that we'll need a large amount of life force to incubate this egg, which can only be obtained by killing great lords that are level 40 or above. How many do we need to kill? Feng asked. 20. Autumn Goose said helplessly. 20. This is a joke, right? We're talking about great lords. Blue Bamboo could not help but despair. Death Wind and Gunfire frowned as well. A level 40 great lord was no laughing matter. Generally, each of these monsters required a raid team of 100 level 40 players geared with top-tier equipment. Even then, any mistake could get them all killed. Even if they gathered such a team, raiding a single great lord would most likely require an entire day. The sacrifices they'd have to make were also staggering. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible to raid 20 level 40 great lords in 3 short days. First of all, level 40 great lords were not that easy to find. Normally, these monsters only lurked in 100-man team dungeons. Even finding 20 great lords in the fields would take more than 3 days. How difficult was raiding a level 40, 100-man team dungeon? Even now, the various large guilds were still attempting to challenge the hard mode version of these dungeons, not to mention hell mode. Even if they mobilized all of Wind God's spear, they could not complete this quest. While everyone struggled with their frustration and despair. It isn't exactly impossible to complete this quest, Feng said after giving it some thought. However, I'll need to prepare first. You guys should wait here for a while. Of course, it was impossible to kill a level 40 great lord with the power of a 6-man party. However, a 20-man team might have a chance. What? He even has a plan for this? Gunfire watched Feng's departing back with doubtful eyes. Even Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were in the same guild as Feng, were shocked. They had been talking about level 40 great lords, yet Feng spoke of them as if they were only common monsters. After waiting for some time, they heard excitement spread throughout the teleportation hall. Wah! Isn't that Fire Dance from Zero Wing? That's Zero Wing's vice leader, Aqua Rose. The players inside the teleportation hall were stupefied when Fire Dance and the dozen or so Zero Wing core members entered the building. To ordinary players, these experts were basically legends. They lived in a completely different world. After the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, players finally understood the power of a true expert. Zero Wing's core members had long since become idols in White River City. How could these players contain their excitement as they finally saw these stars? What? Blue Bamboo was dumbfounded when she saw Fire Dance and the others approach their party. These players were Zero Wing's upper echelons. Every one of them was a top-tier expert in Star Moon Kingdom, yet after a single call, they had hurried over. Even Violet Cloud, whom she admired greatly, was here. She could not believe this was happening. Just who is Yi Feng? Autumn Goose could not help but turn to look at Feng. Death Wind and Gunfire were similarly shocked. They had still felt disdain and disinterest towards guild experts. However, after seeing these experts from Zero Wing, they suddenly realized how little they knew. They could feel an intense pressure from each of these experts. Fire Dance, in particular, felt as if they stood before a humanoid lord-ranked monster. With a single glance from the assassin, they trembled with fear. Their instincts screamed for them to run as far as they could from the assassin. When these experts stood together, the combined pressure was overwhelming. The air in the teleportation hall was stifling. Even moving was a struggle. Moreover, they were not in combat. If they attempted to fight these Zero Wing experts, they were certain that they would never escape these people's grasp. All right, now that everyone has arrived, let's begin the quest, Feng said, chuckling. Chapter 811. Giant Beast. White River City, War God's Temple. For a long time, players had seldom visited this place. However, due to the appearance of the Abyss battlefield, it had become a popular hub for players. Independent team recruiting members. Those who want the double EXP buff, come on over. Town reclamation team recruiting. Minimum requirement of level 30. Equipment must be at least mysterious iron rank. Must have reached the trial tower's 2nd floor. Noobs, do not disturb. Looking for players to carry me through the Abyss battlefield. 5 silver for 100 honor points. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Shortly after the new expansion pack launched, everyone had adapted to the new changes. Many players had already gained some experience of the playstyle in the Abyss battlefield. Feng was very surprised when he arrived. He had not expected everyone to adapt to the Abyss battlefield so quickly. The Abyss battlefield was a paradise for experts, particularly solo experts. Due to the Abyss battlefield's appearance, many solo experts had been able to shine brilliantly in the past, creating countless legends in God's domain. The Abyss battlefield back then had also shortened the gap between independent players and guild players. One of the main reasons for this was the EXP gain. Guild members could accumulate the double EXP buff in their guild residences. Although the accumulated double EXP buff did not seem like much, ordinary players could not fight for long periods. All players needed a break at some point, whether it was to repair their weapons and equipment or to recover their concentration and stamina. Overall, a large part of a player's time in the game was spent resting. Hence, the difference the double EXP buff created became significant. However, it was extremely difficult for independent players to accumulate the double EXP buff. Aside from purchasing a house of their own in NPC cities, the only other option was to rest in a player-built city. This further highlighted the importance of the Abyss battlefield. Players would earn honor points corresponding to their performance on the battlefield. They could trade those honor points for the double EXP buff or potions. Powerful solo experts could easily earn a large number of honor points, and the double EXP buff they could purchase was far more than guild players. In addition, these solo experts were strong enough to kill monsters of a higher level. Overall, solo experts were able to level only slightly slower than guild experts. Aside from the EXP buff, honor points could also be traded for top-tier equipment. Although the equipment's attributes leaned more towards PvP, it was still valuable. The various large guilds also took advantage of the Abyss battlefield to grind for top-tier equipment. There were many bosses in the Abyss battlefield. Every town that monsters conquered would contain multiple bosses. The weakest among these bosses were lords, while most were great lords. Some towns were even protected by high lords or mythic monsters. Guilds didn't need to look far to find field bosses. However, although there were many advantages to the Abyss battlefield, it had its downsides as well. Every player who entered the battlefield was allotted 1 life each day. In addition, the monsters dropped neither materials nor money. They only dropped weapons and equipment. If one's goal was purely to obtain top-tier equipment, the Abyss battlefield was the perfect place for them. Feng led his team into the Abyss battlefield. After entering the Abyss battlefield, players were transported to the human race's campsite. As soon as Feng and the others arrived, they were greeted by a sea of players. White River City's players weren't the only ones who had gathered at this campsite. Players had arrived from every city in Star Moon Kingdom. They were all gearing up and preparing to set out. However, as this was a battlefield, one could see wandering abyssal monsters in every direction. Players generally formed 100-man groups in the Abyss battlefield. That way, they had a higher chance of survival. After all, the longer they remained alive, the more opportunities they would have to earn honor points. This run has been the best. I earned 500 points during this run. I can afford a basic double EXP potion. I'll get 10% of the double EXP buff with that. I might be able to reach level 32 by the end of the day. That's nothing. I heard that the players in Heaven's Burial's main army have conquered a town. With the honor points they earned, they can purchase 3 basic double EXP potions. For those that perform well, they might even earn enough points to buy a basic body strengthening potion. Wow! That much! One of those potions could improve my attributes by 10% and reduce my stamina consumption by 15% for 2 hours. The basic body strengthening potion costs 5 times as much as the basic double EXP potion. What did you think? They cleared out the abyssal monsters of an entire town. Naturally, they received a ton of honor points. The various guilds are dispatching their armies to clear out these monster towns. With enough basic body strengthening potions, raiding dungeons will be a breeze. It's a pity that my guild is so small. We are nowhere near strong enough to clear out a town. The players around the campsite chatted as they stood in line to repair their weapons and equipment. They envied the players who had joined large guilds. Unlike those players, they had to accumulate honor points slowly by killing wandering abyssal monsters in the Abyss battlefield's outermost regions. Let's go. Feng opened the battlefield's map. After examining it for a moment, he headed towards the nearest small, ruined city. Wow, those guys got guts. They are leaving the campsite with just a 20-man team. Are they tired of living? I think they're experts. So what if they're experts? Once they start fighting, they'll learn that even experts are useless here. Moreover, didn't you see which direction they went? They are heading towards South Lake City. None of the players who have gone there have returned alive. The players resting at the campsite fell into a heated discussion when they saw Feng's group of cloaked figures. The Abyss battlefield was comprised of various regions. Different regions had different threat levels. The outermost region was the safest. However, there were far fewer monsters here. Players could not earn many honor points with so few targets. More monsters wandered around the outer region of towns, most being elites with a few chieftains thrown in the mix. Ordinary players who ventured into these areas quickly lost their lives. However, one could earn quite a sum of honor points if they survived. Monsters were abundant inside a town. There were also plenty of lord-ranked monsters present. Sometimes, even great lords would appear in towns. A party of players would find it very difficult to survive. As for small cities, these were considered monster nests. When players entered the city, their attributes were suppressed immediately. Generally, great lords guarded these small cities. Sometimes, one even encountered a mythic monster. Even a 100-man elite team would find it very difficult to survive here. Grand lords generally ruled over medium cities, and players had a very high possibility of encountering a mythic monster. In large-sized cities, players were guaranteed to find a mythic monster waiting for them. Even a guild-organized 1,000-man army risked a one-way trip by attempting to challenge these locations. Naturally, Feng understood the battlefield's layout. He was far more familiar with the battlefield's rules than any other player. To grind for great lords, towns were the safest choice. However, Feng had a time limit. Hence, he had no choice but to pick a small city. After traveling for over 2 hours, Feng and the others finally arrived at South Lake City. The entire city had become a nest for abyssal monsters. One could smell the rich scent of blood from the city's edge. Is that a Grand Lord? Autumn Goose's heart pounded when she saw the giant monster, which was over 100 meters long, hovering above the city. Chapter 8:12 Siege. How can a monster be so massive? Every member of the party was flabbergasted as they watched the massive figure in the sky. This was a bone dragon with a body that stretched over 100 meters and a wingspan that covered over 200 meters. As its name suggested, its entire body was made of bone. Its massive skeletal head loomed like a small mountain. Smoldering green fire danced in its hollow eye sockets. The bone dragon created storms with every flap of its skeletal wings. Frost Bone Dragon, Undead, Grand Lord. Level 45. HP 64, 000, 000/64, 000, 000. This was the first time Autumn Goose and her companions had ever seen a Grand Lord, and they stared, struggling to breathe. The Frost Bone Dragon had a staggering 64 million HP. However, this was not the Bone Dragon's biggest threat. At the rank of Grand Lord, a monster could inflict a powerful mental pressure, preventing players from exerting their full strength. That thing can probably instant kill me with its breath attack. Gunfire involuntarily gulped as he watched the bone dragon circle above the city. Are we really going to kill monsters here? There are too many. Blue Bamboo asked worriedly as she glanced at the sea of abyssal monsters within the city walls. Skeleton Soldier, Undead, Elite. Level 42. HP 140, 000/140, 000. These skeleton soldiers bore a shield and weapon in each hand. They also stood together in large groups with over 100 other skeleton soldiers. If they fought one of those skeleton squads, it was highly likely that they would attract even more skeleton soldiers. Skeleton captains also roamed the city. Skeleton Captain, Undead, Chieftain. Level 42. HP 1-300, 000/1-300, 000. If they fought here, an endless stream of monsters could easily surround them. Their chances of survival would plummet. Why don't we check somewhere else? Autumn Goose suggested. They could deal with these numbers if they were merely common monsters. However, the weakest monster in the city was an elite. Chieftains even called this city home. Even a 20-man team had little hope of surviving this place. Although they knew Feng and the others were quite strong, the skeleton captains were not isolated. From where they stood, they could spot as many as 6 captains. Who knew how many more would appear once they started fighting? It was simply too dangerous to fight here. Relax. You guys just need to watch from the sidelines. Feng laughed, not bothering to explain. After stabilizing their mental states, Fire Dance and the others burst into action. Ordinary experts might struggle against this sea of monsters. To Zero Wing's core members, however, this wasn't even a challenge. This was a paradise. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow charged into the crowd of skeleton soldiers, luring the elite monsters. Meanwhile, Minor Wind and the other ranged classes launched their bombardment from a distance. Immediately, they had attracted the attention of nearly 800 skeleton soldiers and 3 skeleton captains. Autumn Goose and her friends' anxiety mounted. The army of skeleton soldiers and the 3-meter-tall skeleton captains that wore black, thorny armor seemed to have an unstoppable momentum as they charged to meet Zero Wing's group. Death Wind, who stood between his team and the monsters, felt a massive pressure weigh him down. Just as the skeleton soldiers were about to reach the team, Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove made their move. Justice Roar. Angry Howl. The 3 MTs tore the aggro from the small team and forced the monsters to focus on them. Take this. Cola raised his flaming divine blue fire shield and bashed it into the approaching crowd. Boom! With one hit, the MT sent the leading skeleton soldiers into a backward tumble. Cola then used devotion, and a golden glow blossomed over an area of 15 by 15 yards, a damage of around -500 points appearing above the head of every skeleton soldier. As for Turtledove and Yi Wumian, they also dominated over their opponents. With each crash, they knocked down a group of skeleton soldiers. When they used an AoE skill, they devoured hundreds of HP from several dozen soldiers. The 3 MTs stood like an iron wall as they blocked the undead's advance. The 3 skeleton captains had just as much trouble. Even against the chieftain's attacks, Cola and the others did not retreat by a single step. They dodged the majority of the attacks sent at them, launching counterattacks and dealing over -2,000 damage to each chieftain. So strong. Gunfire could not help his shock. Not only could these 3 MTs hold back the hundreds of elite monsters and 3 chieftains, but they also dodged most of the incoming attacks, barely losing any HP. They should have stabilized the aggro by now. Let's start attacking as well, Blackie said excitedly. As Blackie spoke, he activated Stars of Light. Aqua Rose also used the Tier 1 spell, Death and Decay. Meanwhile, Feng had switched to the Aura of Fire and activated Firestorm. At this time, Cola and the others suddenly stomped the 3 skeleton captains, causing all 3 to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Immediately after, the 3 MTs retreated. In the next moment, the area before Cola and the others transformed into hell itself. Huge stars fell from the sky, black smoke emerged from the ground, and fire erupted into the air. The ground shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. After several seconds, most of the 800 or so skeleton soldiers had been annihilated. The 3 skeleton captains had lost close to half of their HP. Everyone's level bars exploded with EXP. Blue Bamboo even leveled up on the spot, climbing from level 34 to level 35. At this time, Cola and the others slammed their shields into the 3 skeleton captains and began building their aggro once more. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade used charge and appeared before a skeleton captain. They then swung their great swords at the chieftain's joints, momentarily freezing the captain's movement. 2 critical damages of over -5,000 points appeared above the chieftain's head. As for Fire Dance, she appeared behind another skeleton captain and used Absolute Strike. -28,467. Fire Dance immediately followed up with a backstab, her attack triggering 1,000 transformations critical point effect. The fragmented legendary weapon then transformed into a streak of silver light as it pierced and shattered the skeleton captain's sturdy armor. A frightening damage of -19,482 points appeared above the skeleton captain's head. Is she even human? Fire Dance's damage shocked Autumn Goose and her team. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were also shocked into silence. This was their first time they had seen their guild's upper echelons grind monsters. The difference between the way they normally grinded was like the difference between heaven and earth. In a party dungeon, a chieftain-ranked monster was a boss. In front of Fire Dance, however, it was no different than a common monster. Not a single one of Fire Dance's attacks dealt less than -10,000 damage. Under the continuous bombardment of Zero Wing's core members, the 3 skeleton captains had not even had a chance to land a finger on Cola and the other 2 MTs. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, one of the team's healers, had become one of the main damage dealers. Each of her numerous mana balls dealt over -600 damage to the skeleton captains. As a result, the chieftain's HPs fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. After just 20 seconds, the 3 skeleton captains and the remaining skeleton soldiers crumbled to the ground, transforming into piles of bones and dropping several pieces of equipment. They also granted every player with a significant amount of EXP. Chapter 813. Frightening Leveling Speed. Seeing the scattered bones and their rapidly rising experience bars, Autumn Goose and the others were at a loss for words. Facing hundreds of level 42 elites and 3 level 42 chieftains would be a challenge even for a 100-man team of level 40 elite players. Now, however, a dozen or so players had easily defeated these monsters. Although they had realized that there was a gap between them and Zero Wing's core members, this battle made it clear just how wide that gap was. This grinding and leveling speed is amazing. I wish we could level like this every day. Blue Bamboo sighed as she looked at her experience bar. She had gained more EXP in less than a minute than she usually obtained after 2 hours of grinding. They were leveling faster than a rocket. Moreover, the speed at which they were earning money was simply ridiculous. In less than 1 minute, they had gained 6 pieces of equipment. Nowadays, in God's domain, the higher a monster's level was, the lower its drop rate for equipment would be. They had killed many level 40 monsters before. Even when they killed level 40 elites, they rarely obtained any equipment. Only level 40 chieftains were certain to drop equipment. Even then, they usually only dropped 1 or 2 pieces. Among the 6 pieces of equipment they had obtained, 4 were level 40 bronze equipment, and 2 were level 40 mysterious iron equipment. Although they were not pieces of top-tier equipment, they could sell for quite a bit of money. Even after splitting the profits among the team, they would earn more than what an ordinary player earned in a single day. Feng had intended to split the loot equally. However, Autumn Goose and the others rejected the offer. After all, they had not done anything. They also were not members of Zero Wing. They already felt uncomfortable about receiving a share of such a lucrative amount of EXP despite not contributing. As for Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, the 2 girls similarly rejected the offer. In the end, Feng had no choice but to pass the equipment to Aqua Rose to store in the guild warehouse. Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Minor Wind, lure the monsters. We'll clear the city's borders before we enter the city itself, Feng commanded after he finished collecting the drops. In the Abyss battlefield, the basic strategy to capture a city was to eliminate the monsters in the outer edge. If they did not take care of the minions outside the city, once they started fighting in the city, a single roar from a boss could very well attract every single minion. The monsters would surround them, greatly increasing their chances of wiping. Hence, it was important to annihilate the monsters outside the city first. Moreover, in the Abyss battlefield, monsters in towns and cities had long respawn times. They didn't have to worry about endless respawning. They also wouldn't have to waste a lot of time getting out of the city. Following which, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and Minor Wind lured wave after wave of monsters towards Cola and the others. After the MTs had built up their aggro with the skeleton captains, Feng would use Firestorm. Anyone else who possessed AoE skills would join him with their own attacks, finishing off the skeleton soldiers quickly. Afterward, everyone would focus their attacks on the chieftain-ranked skeleton captains. The team finished off a wave of monsters every 5 minutes, rapidly filling their experience bars. After 3 hours of hard work, Autumn Goose and the others reached level 35, whereas Blue Bamboo reached level 36. The 5 felt as if they were dreaming as they watched their absurd leveling speed. We're leveling so fast. I'm the same level as the boss now. Gunfire was flabbergasted by his own level. Autumn Goose and Deathwind had similar reactions. Even expert players needed to grind for 2 or 3 days just to reach their level. It should be known that there were 48 hours in a single day in God's domain. Now, however, they had only taken 3 hours to level up. Their leveling speed was ridiculous. Furthermore, the monsters outside the city were no threat to Zero Wings members at all. Finally, after grinding for over 9 hours, the team had managed to kill all the abyssal monsters in South Lake City's outer region. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and the others had reached level 37, whereas Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and the other members of Zero Wing had reached level 39. As for Feng, he had reached 81% of level 39. He was only 19% away from the level 40 threshold. After clearing out the monsters from the city's north side, Feng led everyone into the city. South Lake City was far more dangerous inside its walls than it was outside. Abyssal monsters had a hierarchy. The lowest monsters generally lived in the outermost regions. As players ventured deeper into a city, they would encounter higher-ranked and stronger monsters. Rather than increasing inside the city, the concentration of monsters decreased significantly. However, it was not difficult to spot the skeleton warriors that roamed the city streets. Skeleton Warrior, Undead, Special Elite. Level 42. HP 550, 000/550, 000. The city was also home to plenty of skeleton captains. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team would have to be extremely careful upon arriving here. One mistake could attract hundreds of skeleton warriors and 7 or 8 skeleton captains, leaving the team surrounded. Fortunately, Zero Wing's core members would have little trouble handling such a situation. They could defeat a monster army of such size with relative ease. However, Feng's goal was not to level up, but to kill great lords. Hence, he prioritized scouting the city over grinding. I've discovered a great lord over here. Flying Shadow, who used stealth to scout the city, reported through the team chat. I'm in the city plaza. Only, there is another team of players fighting the great lord right now. Who are they? Feng asked, surprised. The others were surprised and curious as well. South Lake City was many times more dangerous than monster towns in the Abyss battlefield. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team had to be extremely careful here. Their team had spent so much time clearing out the monsters around the city, yet someone had gotten ahead of them and had already begun killing a great lord. They're a 100-man team. These people are wearing a guild emblem, so they should be the main force of some guild, Flying Shadow reported as he observed the situation. The lowest leveled player is level 34, while the commander is level 36. Currently, they've dropped the Great Lord's HP by a third and have yet to suffer any losses. Field Great Lords were different from Dungeon Great Lords. They were a lot stronger. However, they did have a little less HP. The fact that the team had taken 1/3 of a level 40+ Great Lord's HP without losing a single member showed that the team was extraordinarily strong. Hold on. I'll send you their battle video. Flying Shadow then started recording a short video before sharing it with the team. I've never seen their guild emblem before. I don't think that it's a Star Moon Kingdom guild. However, the fact that they can handle a Great Lord this well shows that the guild is certainly not ordinary. Upon receiving the video, they watched the short clip of this guild in battle. In the video, the corpses of abyssal monsters filled the wide fountain plaza. Meanwhile, a group of players faced a giant skeleton. The giant skeleton stood over 10 meters tall. The skeleton wore black, heavy armor and wielded two massive war axes. Skeleton General, Undead, Great Lord. Level 43. HP 18, 000, 000/18, 000, 000. The Skeleton General brandished its war axes madly, each swing causing the earth to tremble. However, the players fighting the Skeleton General were very coordinated. Their MTs guided the Skeleton General's attacks to an area void of other people. Meanwhile, the healers and ranged damage dealers responded when and how they needed to, decreasing the Great Lord's HP continuously. Overall, the players were quite organized. This is interesting. I hadn't expected to meet them in a place like this. Feng's lips curled up into a faint smile after seeing the players in the video. Chapter 814. Legendary Guild. These people have relatively good combat standards and equipment, but why haven't I heard of this guild before? Even after racking her mind, Aqua Rose could not figure out which guild these players were from. The Skeleton General displayed frightening power. Not only did it possess extremely high strength, but it was also very fast. Even for Cola, tanking this Great Lord would be a burden. Although these players did not possess an MT like Cola, who had extremely high defense and strength, they made up for the lack of strength with the cooperation of 4 MTs. The team's damage dealers also kept the boss in check. This made it possible to raid the Skeleton General. Moreover, the team's damage dealers and healers were very powerful. Almost all of them dealt over -1000 damage with each attack, causing the Skeleton General's HP to decrease slowly but steadily. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the Great Lord. No ordinary guild was capable of such a feat generally. Only the experts of famous large guilds could raid a level 43 Great Lord so easily. However, Aqua Rose knew nearly every famous guild in the virtual gaming world, but she had never seen this guild emblem before. Look, that Skeleton General seems to be summoning a companion. Cola shouted as he watched the surrounding monsters gather towards Skeleton General, who stood in the plaza's heart with a grim expression. The others were also shocked. They had not expected the boss inside the city to have such a move. With this, killing the Skeleton General would be far more difficult. After all, one was already required to go all out against a Great Lord. More monsters joining the fray might become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone finally understood why Feng had them clear out the surrounding monsters while on their way, rather than avoiding confrontation. This boss is too overpowered. It has lured another Great Lord. Flying Shadow, who hid in the plaza, stated as he watched the blurry figure fly straight towards the skeleton warrior. Agonizing Banshee, Undead, Great Lord. Level 40. HP 17, 000, 000/17, 000, 000. Although the Agonizing Banshee had less HP than the Skeleton General, it was a magical class monster. It posed more of a threat than the first Undead. The instant the Agonizing Banshee arrived, she released a piercing screech, forcing over a dozen players into a confused state. These players lost all control over their bodies as they began behaving like raving lunatics. The sudden development was precarious for the team. "Let's head over and take a look," Feng said, laughing as he watched the Agonizing Banshee massacre the team of players. It was not unusual that Aqua Rose had not heard of this guild. After all, the guild wasn't famous. It was an upstart guild. The guild's name was Immortal Light. Immortal Light was based in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom were adjacent to each other. Hence, Feng knew quite a bit about the Twin Towers Kingdom. Although Immortal Light was only an upstart guild, it had performed exceedingly well in the competition for dominance over the Twin Towers Kingdom. It had stolen over a dozen cities from the first-rate guild, Emperor's Light, going as far as to occupy the third-largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In Feng's previous life, Immortal Light had been one of Shadow's allies. However, Immortal Light was much stronger than Shadow had been. In God's domain, it was very difficult for a small guild to survive. Hence, these guilds needed to work together. However, Immortal Light was different from Shadow. After 10 years of development in God's domain, It had become a first-rate guild and had occupied over half of the Twin Towers kingdom. It had even dominated various cities in other kingdoms. Back then, it had developed into a guild that could rival even Ouroboros. Meanwhile, Immortal Light's guild leader, Sindhart, was a very famous expert in God's domain. He had been one of God's domain's 12 sacred elementalists in the past. Immortal Light also had several other Tier 5 experts. Even Ouroboros and Emperor's Light had not dared to provoke the guild in the past. One could say that Immortal Light had been a legend in the Twin Towers kingdom. In just a few years, a no-name guild had gone from an organization without any background or backing to a huge existence in the virtual gaming world, which even first-rate guilds feared and respected. The difficulty of such a feat was unimaginable. Feng never imagined that he would actually encounter this guild so soon. "Do you know them?" Fire Dance asked curiously. She understood Feng quite well. He would not attack someone unless they attacked him first. In addition, his pride as an expert would not allow him to steal a boss from a stranger. Even if he wanted the boss, he would simply wait for the two great lords to annihilate the other team. However, since Feng chose to approach the battle, it was likely that he knew the guild. "Something like that," Feng replied vaguely, not knowing how to answer this question. In the past, he had been acquainted with this group from Immortal Light. In this life, however, they did not know him. Above the wide plaza, two great lords and dozens of skeleton warriors faced down the 100-man team. "Split up the bosses. Rangers, kite the minions," the team's leader, Sindhart, shouted. He would not let his confidence waver even though his team now had to fight two great lords simultaneously. On the contrary, he remained extraordinarily calm as he commanded the battle. "Guild leader, that agonizing Banshee's AoE spells are too powerful. We've already lost 8 people. 1,000 Leisures, lead your group and follow me. We'll suppress the Banshee together. Everyone else, focus on the skeleton general." Even Sindhart was helpless against the Banshee's shadow sweep attack. He could only lead a contingent to distract the Great Lord. Immediately, with Sindhart at the lead, 10 players activated a barrier magic array around the agonizing Banshee, trapping the Great Lord behind a purple barrier. "Narrow the magic array's area," Sindhart shouted as he watched the Banshee resist. Quickly, the 10 players controlling the magic array shrank the magic array, sealing the agonizing Banshee inside a small, purple globe and preventing the Great Lord from moving. "Guild leader, someone's heading this way. How are there other people here?" At this moment, even Sindhart grew anxious. To surely kill the skeleton general, they had even used their most precious barrier magic array. They could not afford any more surprises. "This guild is quite impressive. They have an intermediate magic array as well," Aqua Rose stated when she saw the hovering purple ball. She could estimate the barrier's strength with a single glance. Currently, in God's domain, being able to obtain a basic magic array was quite a feat. One could probably count the number of intermediate magic arrays players had found on one hand. Yet now, an unknown guild employed their own. The guild clearly had an extraordinary background. "Friend, if you are interested in these two great lords, why don't we take them on together and split the loot equally?" Sindhart shouted. Although the group that had just arrived only consisted of 20 players, the fact that this small group had made it this far spoke of their extraordinary strength. Without knowing Feng and his team's motives, Sindhart was unwilling to give up on the great lords. Hence, he might as well make them an offer. After all, even if Feng's team were strong, they could not handle two great lords at once. "Guild leader, I think they're from Zero Wing." "What? Zero Wing? Isn't that Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild?" The players from Immortal Light were instantly on edge, wearing grim expressions. Chapter 8:15, Zero Wing Takes Action. Why are they here? Sindhart was shocked when he saw Feng and his team. Even in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Zero Wing was resoundingly famous. Starting out as a small guild, Zero Wing had faced down the various large guilds in White River City, becoming White River City's overlord. Later on, it successfully repelled the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild. However, this was not Zero Wing's greatest achievement. Afterward, Zero Wing had occupied Stone Forest Town and won a war against the joint forces of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild and their various allies, instantly becoming the most sought-after guild in Star Moon Kingdom. In addition, Zero Wing was a guild of experts. Its guild leader Black Flame even ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list and had been given the title of Sword King. A recently established guild like Immortal Light could not possibly compete with a guild like Zero Wing. Those people are Zero Wing's upper echelons. That's Aqua Rose. Fire Dance is here as well. Look over there. Isn't that Violet Cloud, Cola, Turtle Dove, Minor Wind, Shadow Sword, Blackie, and Yi Wumian? Why are so many of Zero Wing's experts here? Immortal Light's members panicked for a moment. Aqua Rose and the others were all publicly acknowledged, top-tier experts. One of them could exterminate a 100-man elite team by themselves. Ha ha ha! I never thought our guild would be so famous. Even a guild from another kingdom knows us. Blue Bamboo could not help her pride as when she saw the Immortal Light's collective anxiety. I wonder when my name will be as famous as Big Sis Fires and the others. Fire Dance and her fellow echelons couldn't help but laugh when they heard Blue Bamboo's excitement. In reality, even they had never imagined that they would one day become famous experts in God's domain. Before they had met Feng, they had never dreamed of such a thing. Now, however, they were targets for players' admiration. Is Zero Wing really such an amazing guild? When Autumn Goose overheard the Immortal Light's members, she was shocked. She and her companions were independent players from the faraway Dark Knight Empire. Hence, they had only heard rumors of Zero Wing's strength through the forums. They had never witnessed the guild in action. In their opinion, however, even the large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire were subpar at best. Hence, how strong could a guild from a kingdom possibly be? However, after witnessing these players' performance, they had a clearer understanding of the guild's strength. They felt that Zero Wing was different from those large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. Yet, it would seem that Zero Wing was far more powerful than Blue Bamboo and the official forums made it out to be. Guild leader Sind, rest assured. We aren't here to steal your bosses. However, we won't help you with these bosses, either. If you can't handle them, give up. We'll take over from here, Feng said, shaking his head as he responded to Sind Heart's proposal. Level 40+ Great Lords were not easy to find, even in the Abyss battlefield. Moreover, a Great Lord dropped far better loot than a Lord. Monsters of such rank generally dropped top-tier equipment. Even in Zero Wing, level 40 top-tier equipment was still quite rare. Hence, he could not afford to split the drops. Hearing Feng's answer, a huge weight lifted from Sind Heart's heart. Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. The guild's upper echelons would not break their word easily. Thank you, Sind Heart said with heartfelt gratitude. Following which, Sind Heart commanded his team to focus on the Skeleton General, which only had 60% of its HP remaining. The agonizing Banshee was still trapped inside the intermediate magic array, so it was possible to kill the Skeleton General. Time passed quickly. Finally, Immortal Light's members reduced the Skeleton General's HP to 30%. Be careful. The Skeleton General is about to go berserk. Sind Heart hurriedly reminded his team. Immortal Light's MTs began to prepare, activating their life-saving skills. The healers at the rear also readied themselves. Humans, I will devour you, the Skeleton General shouted, its eyes releasing a bloody radiance. Suddenly, the Skeleton General split into 3 copies of itself. All 3 were identical, even down to their HP bars. Amazing, this Skeleton General actually knows a duplication skill, Aqua Rose exclaimed. Among the many bosses they had encountered, very few could duplicate themselves. Any bosses capable of such a feat were extremely difficult to fight. Suddenly dealing with 2 additional bosses could destroy a team's formation and rhythm. If not handled properly, it would not take long for the team to suffer annihilation. They're in trouble, Fire Dance stated as she glanced at the 3 Skeleton Generals. Each general radiated the same pressure. This meant that all 3 Skeleton Generals had the same combat power. It had taken almost everything the Immortal Light members had to deal with the 1 Skeleton General. Now, they had to take down 3 such monsters simultaneously. while Zero Wings members discussed the situation among themselves. Several Immortal Light MTs were thrown into the air. Until now, the team had relied on the combined strength of 3 or 4 MTs to defend against the Skeleton General's attacks. Now that they had to fight 3 Great Lords at the same time, their MTs had to split up. As a result, they didn't have enough strength to tank the bosses. In 10 short seconds, Immortal Light lost another 8 members. Guild leader at this rate will most likely wipe. How did things come to this? Sind Heart balled his fists, frustration filling his heart. They had already lacked enough members to deal with the Skeleton General. Furthermore, to deal with the agonizing Banshee, they had been forced to split their team and pull 10 members away from the main fight. Now that the general had split into 3, they didn't have nearly enough strength to face the boss. A single attack from one of the Great Lords could obliterate over 7,000 HP from one of their MTs. If the MTs did not block the attack with their shields, they might die instantly. Retreat! Sind Heart commanded, gnashing his teeth. If they wasted any more time, none of them would leave this place alive. If they retreated now, at the very least, half of their numbers might survive. They can't hold on any more, Blackie chuckled. Let's go then, Feng said. Hearing Feng's command, Zero Wings members exploded into action. Cola and Yi Wumian charged at the fully regenerated Skeleton General, whereas Turtledove made her way towards the agonizing Banshee. We're going in now? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned, thinking that they had heard wrong. Although Immortal Light's members had already left, there were still 2 Great Lords in the plaza. What could they possibly do with a team of 20 players? What are they trying to do? The members of Immortal Light, who had escaped, were even more flabbergasted. Zero Wings' team had far too few members. Furthermore, to deal with the 2 Great Lords, their team of 20 had to split itself. This was insane. Just as Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others struggled against their days, the battle against the 2 Great Lords had begun. Cola sent a shield of vengeance at the Skeleton General, taking more than 2,000 of the Great Lord's HP. He then followed up with a hammer of sanctions, eliminating another 3,000 plus HP and focusing the Great Lord's aggro on himself. Facing the Skeleton General's quick blow, Cola raised his shield and received the attack. He was immediately forced to retreat by 6 steps, both his hands numbing slightly. A damage of over minus 3,000 points appeared above his head. However, to Cola, who had over 18,000 HP, this damage was acceptable. That's a lot of strength. I can use this opportunity to test a move that I recently learned. Cola smiled. Seeing another of the Skeleton General's battle axes swiftly approach, he lifted his shield, blocking and pushing against the attack. As the attack sent Cola backward, he only lost around 1,700 HP, far less than the previous attack. Very quickly, Violet Cloud recovered his HP to full. Let's also begin, Aqua Rose said as she smiled at the agonizing Banshee. She then used Blue Fire Summon. Immediately, 3 Blue Fire Crows appeared on the battlefield and assisted Turtledove against the agonizing Banshee. Chapter 8:16. Bullying a Great Lord. What a powerful summoning skill. Autumn Goose and the others were shocked when they saw Aqua Rose's 3 level 39 elite ranked Blue Fire Crows. Generally, summoners could only summon 1 elite or a few common monsters. Aqua Rose, however, had summoned 3 elite monsters at one time. This was the equivalent of adding 3 powerful melee fighters to their team. Turtledove threw her shield at the agonizing Banshee, slamming it into the Banshee's head. Not only did this attack interrupt the Great Lord's Tier 2 spellcasting, but it also achieved a critical hit, dealing nearly minus 5,000 damage. The agonizing Banshee was enraged. She pointed a finger at Turtledove. Immediately, 8 black fog spears shot towards the Guardian Knight. These black fog spears had significantly damaged the Immortal Light members when they had faced her. As the spears were incredibly powerful, even when the Immortal Light's MTs blocked the attack with their shields, they had lost nearly 4,000 HP. Worse yet, the Banshee had launched 8 of these spears. Even an MT would lose their life if they received 4 or 5 spears. That won't work against me, Turtle Dove declared. Rather than retreating, she charged towards the black fog spears. Just before the spears reached her, Turtle Dove raised her shield and leaped forward, smashing into one of the black fog spears. The remaining spears simply flew past Turtle Dove's body, missing her completely. Boom! Upon collision, Turtle Dove was forced back by 2 steps. She lost nearly 1,800 HP. In the next moment, however, a healing light touched the Guardian Knight, returning her HP to full status immediately. That is an MT from Zero Wing? Sind Heart was astonished as he watched Turtle Dove handle the agonizing Banshee's attack so gracefully. When their strongest MT blocked one of the black fog spears, he had lost over 3,400 HP instantly. In addition, due to the incredible speed of the spears, he hadn't been able to avoid the following attacks in time. Generally, he would receive roughly 3 spears, destroying more than half of his HP. On the other hand, Turtle Dove had neutralized the black fog spears with such ease. The other Immortal Light members were similarly stupefied when they saw Turtle Dove tank a Great Lord by herself. None of them could believe their eyes. Normally, they needed at least 4 or 5 MTs to rotate tanking a single Great Lord. Even so, there were times when they failed to hold the boss. Turtle Dove was definitely stronger than they were. However, the members of Immortal Light did not know that Turtle Dove currently wore a Tier 1 set equipment. Her plate armor was even epic rank. Although equipping the Divine Frost armor had caused Turtle Dove to lose the final set effect of the Yin Yang Walker set equipment, the former not only reduced the damage she took, but one of its passive skills also reduced the agonizing Banshee's movement speed and attack speed. Although the black fog spears were quite fast, Turtle Dove could easily determine the best evasion route with the speed reduction effect. Moreover, Turtle Dove was a Guardian Knight. Her magic resistance was very high. With over 18,000 HP, she could even survive a direct hit from a Tier 2 spell. Very quickly, Cola and Turtle Dove had pinned down the 2 Great Lords. Now, everyone just needed to focus everything they had on 2 bosses. Are those monsters really Great Lords? Blue Bamboo felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Turtle Dove tank the agonizing Banshee without assistance. Even now, she alone had maintained Turtle Dove's HP at full. Normally, when she raided High Lords with Autumn Goose and the others, they needed at least 3 healers to focus on a single MT. Even so, their heals were not always sufficient. Yet, despite facing a Great Lord, only she was the only necessary healer to keep Turtle Dove alive. Autumn Goose also wondered if the agonizing Banshee seemed very weak. She even doubted that the MT needed her assistance as she focused solely on damage. However, Autumn Goose was very aware. The agonizing Banshee was not weak at all. Rather, Zero Wing's members were just that strong, which resulted in such a misconception. Only now did she understand why Feng had been so confident, why all of these experts from Zero Wing were so confident. Now that the MTs had solidified their hold on the bosses, Zero Wing's members had no issue dealing sufficient damage. The assassin class relied on speed to deal massive amounts of damage over time. Fire Dance, however, played the class differently. Standing behind the Skeleton General, Fire Dance launched streak after streak of silver light at the Great Lord. Despite the Skeleton General's incredible defense, the female assassin's damage was mind-boggling. Minus 9,480. Minus 30,121. Minus 16,916. Minus 20,518. Feng's damage was also impressive. None of his attacks dealt less than minus 6,000 damage. From time to time, his chop achieved a critical hit, dealing over minus 20,000 damage with a single attack. As for the other melee classes like Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade, they never dealt less than minus 3,000 damage. With their powers combined, these several players devoured the Skeleton General's HP of 18 million at a rate visible to the naked eye. Are they even human? The Immortal Light members were astonished. The total damage Feng, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Rampant Blade, Blackie, and a few other core members of Zero Wing dealt was higher than their 100-man team's total damage. Previously, their attacks had only dealt over minus 1,000 damage to the Great Lord. Even Sind Heart, the most powerful player on the team, had only dealt over minus 2,000 damage to the Skeleton General. Feng and Fire Dance, however, easily managed tens of thousands of damage. From time to time, they even dealt over -30,000 damage. Despite the Skeleton General and Agonizing Banshee being two daunting great lords, against Zero Wing, they were no different than helpless common monsters. The two bosses could only struggle against the small team of players. Even with its prided speed and strength, the Skeleton General, in particular, rarely landed a hit on the Guardian Knight Cola due to Fire Dance and Feng's coordinated attacks. Even when the Great Lord used a Tier 2 skill, Cola easily took the hit with a life-saving skill. As for the team's healers, aside from the slight pressure they felt when the Skeleton General used a powerful skill, they needed to do so little to keep their companions alive that they had time to join the attack on the Great Lords. In just 5 minutes, the Skeleton General's HP fell to 30%. Wumian, pin one of them down and leave the other to me. Everyone else, focus on the Skeleton General. Cola is tanking. Feng shouted after seeing the Skeleton General begin to split itself into 3 clones. Although this move was quite powerful, all 3 copies shared the same HP. As long as they had enough players to tank the 3 Skeleton Generals, they could cope. As soon as the Skeleton General had completed its cloning, Yi Wumian lured one away. As for Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After all was said and done, a Great Lord was still a Great Lord. Unlike MTs, Feng did not possess any damage reduction skills or very high defense. He didn't have a shield, either. If he wanted to withstand the boss's attacks, he had to rely on his own strength. Unfortunately, he could not contend with a level 43 Great Lord with his normal strength attribute. Only by activating a Berserk skill could he pin a Skeleton General down by himself. Among the many Berserk skills Feng possessed, Heavenly Dragon's power had the shortest cooldown, which was 3 hours. The Power of Darkness had a 6-hour cooldown, whereas Blade Liberation had a 10-hour cooldown. The last one also had side effects he needed to worry about. Hence, Dragon's power was Feng's best option. Moreover, Heavenly Dragon's power was his best-suited Berserk skill for head-on confrontations. It was the best option against bosses. Chapter 8:17. Suffocatingly Explosive Power. What is he trying to do? Sindhart and the others were confused as they watched Feng charge towards a Skeleton General. No swordsman could solo a Great Lord. Even a Berserker, a class famed for its strength, would fly through the air if they tried to block a Great Lord's attack with their weapons. Pang! Feng used Killing Ray to block one of the Skeleton General's descending battle axes. Sure enough, my attributes aren't high enough to deal with this Great Lord. The resulting impact had forced Feng to retreat by 3 steps, his hand numbing slightly. Meanwhile, a damage of over -700 points appeared above his head. However, to Feng, who had close to 50,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, such a small amount of damage was nothing. His battle recovery regenerated nearly 500 HP every 5 seconds. Violet Cloud waved her staff, and immediately, a faint golden film blanketed Feng's body. Bluish-green life force flowed into the swordsman. Suddenly, a recovering status appeared over Feng's status bar, recovering over 1,600 HP every 5 seconds for 15 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Feng's HP was full. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the Skeleton General swung its other battle axe at Feng violently. Having predicted the Skeleton General's attacks, Feng sidestepped abruptly, using the Abyssal Blade to receive the descending battle axe while thrusting Killing Ray towards the Skeleton General's armor. A streak of blue light flashed. Although Killing Ray could not compare to the fragmented legendary ranked 1000 transformations, after equipping a magic device, its sharpness was only slightly weaker than the 1000 transformations. As a result, it easily pierced the Skeleton General's robust armor. A critical damage of -15,824 points appeared above the Skeleton General's head. The Great Lord bellowed, angry with the damage it had received. Suddenly, its battle axes released a strange smoldering green flame as it swung the weapons at the ground. The ground instantly shattered, flames surging into the sky and covering a radius of 15 yards. Feng had long since prepared for this moment. He jumped up and passed the Skeleton General's head. He then used one of Killing Ray's skills, Summon Lightning. Arcs of blue lightning descended and struck the skeleton general's battle axes. The collision's impact was massive. Feng then utilized the force of the impact to avoid the smoldering flames. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the skeleton general, the sacred sword in his hand releasing a dazzling, flaming glow. Flame burst. 15 brilliant explosions discharged behind the skeleton general, one after another. Minus 48,167. Minus 117,954. Minus 49,715. 15 damages appeared above the general's head, one after another. Killing Ray had a 50% critical rate. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton general lost over 1 million HP. For a time, Autumn Goose, Sind Heart, and the others were speechless. They sucked in a breath of cold air, not believing their eyes. Feng's damage was insane. He had dealt over 1 million HP. Even a level 40 chieftain only had so much HP. Feng had the power to instant kill a level 40 chieftain. This power was no longer that of a player. This was the power of a humanoid great lord. However, Feng did not think much of his attack. After all, his strength attribute was almost on par with a chieftain of the same level. After Heavenly Dragon's power doubled his strength, he surpassed ordinary lords of the same level. He had also used his sure kill skill, Flame Burst. Being capable of instant killing a chieftain of the same level was expected. Flame Burst was not called a sure kill skill for no reason. Feng's Flame Burst had heavily wounded the skeleton general. The swordsman had destroyed nearly half of its armor. Several bones beneath the armor had even cracked. Focus on killing my skeleton general. Feng shouted to his team. Not only had the general lost some of its combat power after receiving the several injuries, but its defense had also dropped significantly. Hence, dealing with the skeleton general would be much easier than dealing with the other two. Sure enough, in less than 1 minute, the skeleton general's HP fell below 500,000. Just before the general died, Feng shouted once more, commanding, "Everyone, switch to the Banshee. Turtle Dove, tank this skeleton general." "What is Big Brother Yi Feng trying to do?" Blue Bamboo asked, confused. If they finished off the skeleton general, it would become much easier to deal with the agonizing Banshee. Yet Feng decided not to kill the skeleton general. No matter how she looked at it, the decision was unwise. Blue Bamboo wasn't the only one who was confused. Experts like Thoughtful Rain and Autumn Goose didn't understand, either. However, none of Zero Wing's members doubted Feng's command. Immediately, they shifted their focus towards the agonizing Banshee. Turtle Dove swapped targets with Feng. However, the agonizing Banshee couldn't care less about the sudden change as it continued to attack Turtle Dove with black fog spears. "I am your opponent." Feng appeared behind Turtle Dove, the killing ray transforming into numerous streaks of blue light. Pang! 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 Players usually suffered heavy injuries if the black fog spear struck them, yet Feng easily shattered each one. Is this an expert of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild? Sind Heart was astounded. He felt his chest tighten, struggling to breathe. Zero Wing was far more frightening than the rumors make the guild out to be. It was no wonder why even Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom, feared Zero Wing, choosing to give up in Star Moon Kingdom entirely. After Feng shattered the black fog spears, he vanished, abruptly reappearing before the agonizing Banshee. Arcs of blue electricity circled his body. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Instant Strike. For 3 seconds, Feng's attack speed increased by 500%, and his damage increased by 400%. Before the agonizing Banshee could react, over a dozen streaks of blue light wrapped around her body. Minus 21,046. Minus 43,248. Minus 42,987. In the blink of an eye, the agonizing Banshee's aggro shifted to Feng. However, even though Feng now held the Great Lord's aggro, the situation had not changed. The agonizing Banshee was a magical class monster. Even as a Great Lord, her strength could not compare to Feng's while he had a Berserk skill active. As the Banshee began to cast another spell, Feng struck, interrupting her casting. For 3 whole seconds, the agonizing banshee could not use a single spell. Instead, she lost more than 1,000,000 HP. Suddenly, Fire Dance appeared behind the agonizing banshee, launching a sneak attack at the back of the Great Lord's head and forcing her into a fainted state for 2 seconds. She then used the Tier 1 skill, 5-star burst. Minus 16,718. Minus 34,297. 5 numbers appeared above the agonizing banshee's head in quick succession, only slightly lower than the damage of Feng's normal attacks while in a berserk state. Following which, the agonizing banshee received a one-sided beating, her HP draining like flowing water. When her HP reached 30%, the Great Lord was thoroughly enraged. As the agonizing banshee released a piercing scream, a massive black magic array appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately felt their strength leave their bodies. Crap! This spell absorbs players' stamina. Fire Dance immediately noticed the abnormality. If players ran out of stamina, even with godlike combat power, they were helpless. At this rate, they'd run out of stamina in 30 seconds. After that, they would be sheep for the slaughter. Not today. Feng, who had long since prepared for such a situation, switched to the Aura of Time and activated Absolute Time, freezing the mana fluctuations in the surrounding area. Although Absolute Time's duration on a Great Lord was less than 10 seconds, interrupting the agonizing banshee's mana channeling was enough. After losing its supply of mana, the gigantic magic array in the sky gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the members of Immortal Light finally understood how presumptuous they had been, thinking that they could raid South Lake City's Great Lords. Seconds flew by. Finally, both the agonizing Banshee and Skeleton General's HPs were below 100,000. Feng activated Divine Providence, significantly increasing his luck attribute. He then used Thundering Flash to finish off the agonizing Banshee, before following up with a Thunderflame explosion on the Skeleton General. After a momentary struggle, the agonizing Banshee and the Skeleton General fell to the ground, one after the other, dropping several items around their bodies. Chapter 818, Abyss Set. It's over. Autumn Goose wondered if she were dreaming as she stared at the 2 fallen Great Lords before her. In the current God's domain, Great Lords struck fear into every player's heart. Even a 100-man elite team, led by an expert, would find it extremely difficult to defeat one. They might even be annihilated. Yet, now, this team of 20 players had defeated 2 Great Lords simultaneously. Moreover, a few of the team members had held back. No matter how she looked at this situation, it simply could not be real. Looking at it now, Autumn Goose found that the Wind God's spear simply could not compare to Zero Wing in terms of strength. They lived in entirely different worlds. If not for Thoughtful Rain, they probably would never have met Feng and the other core members of Zero Wing. When she thought back to how they had tried to persuade Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to leave Zero Wing and join the Wind God's spear, she could not help her embarrassment. Rain, hurry up and collect their life force. If you do not collect them within 5 minutes after the Great Lords die, you will lose your chance, Feng hurriedly reminded his companion. Thoughtful Rain finally woke from her daze as she retrieved the giant, pitch-black egg and collected the life force of the 2 Great Lords. While Thoughtful Rain collected the dissipating life force, Feng gathered the loot the 2 bosses had dropped. The 2 Great Lords had dropped a total of 7 pieces of equipment. Although this did not seem much, in the Abyss battlefield, this was a considerable harvest. It was easier to find high-ranking monsters in the Abyss battlefield than it was elsewhere. Hence, the drop rate of the top-ranking monsters had been reduced. With the increase in levels, monsters' drop rate for weapons and equipment also decreased. The drops this time are fairly nice. Joy surfaced on Feng's face after he finished appraising the items with his omniscient eyes. Among the 7 pieces of equipment, 5 were level 40 fine gold equipment. They had even obtained a piece of level 40 dark gold weapon. Ice Spirit Staff, dark gold rank. Level 40. Attack power plus 1045. Strength plus 51, Agility plus 47, Intelligence plus 92, Vitality plus 87, Endurance plus 66. Casting speed increased by 15%. Magic damage increased by 20%. Casting range plus 5. When casting, 20% chance to obtain the power of frost, causing 220% frost damage and reducing target's movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Additional passive skill dash. Frost Blessing. Increases ice-type spell effects by 30%. Additional active skill dash. Waterfall. Causes 300% frost damage every second in a radius of 20 yards for 8 seconds, freezing everyone within range for 10 seconds. Effective radius increases by 10 yards every second. Cooldown. 3 hours. Once Feng shared the Ice Spirit staff's information in the team chat, everyone fell speechless. Although the staff's basic attributes are average at best, it increases all of them. Moreover, its active skill is insane. This is the first time I've seen a skill that can cover a radius of 100 yards. Even Stars of Light can't compare to this waterfall. If one uses waterfall on a battlefield, it will devastate the enemy forces. It's a pity though. It would be amazing if it were an epic-ranked staff. Large-scale destruction spells were priceless treasures to every guild in God's domain, not to mention waterfall, a spell with so much AoE range. On a battlefield, this spell could easily wipe out several thousands of players. In a battle of 10 or 20,000 players, this spell could decide the victor on its own. The active skill was worth more than an epic item. Feng chuckled as he watched everyone admire the Ice Spirit staff's active skill. Among the 7 pieces of equipment and weapons, the Ice Spirit staff's active skill was astonishing. However, rather than the Ice Spirit staff, what surprised Feng was the dark gray breastplate. A faint, bloody glow surrounded the armor, giving the equipment a creepy feeling. Sure enough, Divine Providence is a godly skill. Feng could not help but sigh. He then shared the statistics of this item through the team chat. Upon seeing the breastplate's attributes, even the excellently geared core members gasped. Abyss Armor, Breastplate. Level 40. Level 60. Equipment requirement. Strength 700. Defense plus 1240. Level 40. Magic resistance plus 10. Strength plus 42. Endurance plus 40. Agility plus 35. Abyss set equipment. Level 40. Level 60. Equipment requirement. Berserker. Set consists of 8 parts. Head, shoulders, chest, hands, wrists, waist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect. Increases all attributes by 10%. 4-piece effect. All skill damage increased by 20%. Attack speed increased by 20%. And movement speed increased by 15%. 6-piece effect. Obtain Abyss Rampage skill. Increases all attributes by 100% and gain immunity to all control effects for 1 minute. Cooldown. 5 hours. 8-piece effect. Obtain Blade of Abyss skill. Transforms equipped weapon into the Blade of Abyss, increasing strength attribute by 300%, attack speed by 100%, and attack range by 10 yards for 15 seconds. Cooldown. 3 hours. What a powerful set. Blackie nearly drooled when he saw read the Abyss set equipment's information. The breastplate's basic attributes were only the equivalent of a dark gold item. However, as one obtained more pieces of the set, their combat power would grow exponentially. If one gathered all 8 pieces, although the set's basic attributes might not compare to epic items, the boost it granted would only be slightly weaker than a set of epic equipment. Of course, it is strong. This set equipment is purely intended to increase violence. Even the Tier 1 set equipment for Berserkers cannot compare to the Abyss set. After reaching Tier 2 at level 50, no Tier 1 set equipment will be able to compete with the Abyss set, Feng explained. The Abyss set equipment was the battlefield's representative equipment. Moreover, it was not exclusively for Berserkers. All classes had their own Abyss sets, and their attributes were all specialized for violence. These sets were extremely well suited for PvP. However, the Abyss set's drop rates were extremely low. It was practically impossible to collect all 8 set pieces for a single class. If one could collect 6 pieces of a set, they could increase their prowess in combat far more than with a Tier 1 set equipment. After all, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. If one gathered all 8 pieces of an Abyss set, they would be practically invincible in PvP fights. I wonder if we'll gather a complete set. Aqua Rose was eager to find out. If they gathered all 8 pieces and let either Rampant Blade or Shadow Sword equip the set, the Berserker's abilities would soar, becoming one of the guild's top fighters. Most likely, aside from Feng and Fire Dance, nobody in the guild would be able to match them. Alright, rest up. We're going to look for the next Great Lord soon, Feng commanded as he stored the equipment. Meanwhile, Immortal Lights members, who had watched from a distance, had not recovered from their shock after watching Zero Wing easily defeat the 2 Great Lords. Their team of 100 had failed to defeat even one Great Lord, yet Zero Wing had taken 2 down at once with a team of 20. The difference between their guilds was like the difference between heaven and earth. Sindhart suddenly said, "Follow me." Chapter 819, City Deed. Ha! Why are they heading our way? Aqua Rose asked when she saw the members of Immortal Light approach their team. Jokingly she said, "Are they going to try to plunder our loot? If they try to rob us, I won't mind giving them a final send-off." Fire Dance laughed as she unsheathed her 1,000 transformations that hung from her waist. Although the Immortal Light players were relatively strong, she was more than enough to annihilate their team. Moreover, she looked forward to the day someone tried to rob them. Previously, she had found plenty of inspiration during her time in the Dark Arena. This was the perfect opportunity to test some of her ideas. They shouldn't be that stupid. They should be able to tell the difference between our strength and theirs. Feng laughed as he watched his teammates prepare for a fight. Sindhart would be one of the 12 sacred elementalists of God's domain in the future. If he lacked the necessary insight to tell the difference in strength between their teams, he would never have been able to make Immortal Light a famous, first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Thank you for your help. If not for you guys holding off those 2 Great Lords, none of us would be alive right now. Sindhart immediately expressed his gratitude upon arriving before Zero Wing's team, his tone containing a hint of respect. Sindhart's expert companions also stared at Zero Wing's members with reverence. The heavy pressure Fire Dance emitted, in particular, made them breathless. If these teams fought each other, they would most likely die in an instant. It's nothing. Feng shrugged. If you guys are looking for Great Lords, we can help, Sindhart offered. On our way here, we encountered quite a number of Great Lords. Only, these Great Lords resided in concentrated areas. It's highly likely that you'll attract a second Great Lord while dealing with the first. Saying so, Sindhart sent Feng the coordinates of those several Great Lords. Thanks. Feng rejoiced when he received the coordinates. Sindhart had given him the coordinates for 7 Great Lords. This would save them a lot of time searching for these bosses. Glad to be of help. Sindhart smiled. I don't believe that you came over here just to give me these Great Lords' locations. What's on your mind? Feng asked. He could not help but laugh when he saw Sindhart's hesitation. In the past, even he had looked up to Sindhart. Countless small guilds had tried to gain Immortal Light's favor, yet now, watching this man struggle with his desire to ask for help, Feng could not help but sigh. Hearing Feng saying so, Sindhart released his tension with a sigh of his own and said, "In truth, aside from thanking you for the help, I wanted to ask something of Zero Wing. Although this may be sudden, I don't have any better options right now." Guild leader, are you really going to ask? One of the guild's upper echelons asked with surprise. If they refuse and news of this leaks, we'll be in big trouble. Do you think we have any other choice? Sindhart grumbled, a deep sense of powerlessness touching his expression. He did not want to do this either. However, he could not think of a better plan. Only after encountering Zero Wing and seeing how powerful the guild was did he find hope. This might very well be their last opportunity to escape their dire situation. The other upper echelons fell silent. Although they wanted to argue their guild leader's decision, they could not bring themselves to do so. However, this had certainly captured Feng's interest. He could understand if Sindhart simply wanted to form a connection with Zero Wing. However, for a prideful person like Sindhart to place all his hopes in a stranger, the situation must be severe. Moreover, Feng was familiar with Sindhart's personality. He was not someone who would simply bow out of a challenge. Even when Immortal Light had fought a first-rate guild, Sindhart had refused to lower his head. He prioritized bonds and friendship over personal benefits. Otherwise, he would not have risked Immortal Light's extinction just to help an allied guild resist a first-rate guild. God's domain was only a game. Feng could not imagine what could cause someone like Sindhart to despair. I wish to sell several plots of land in the Twin Towers Kingdom. I will sell these lands at 90% market price. I'd like to offer them to Zero Wing in exchange for coins or top-tier equipment of the same value, Sindhart finally said after a long moment of silence. Sell land. Feng was curious. Since when had Sindhart become a land broker? If they're rubbish lands, Zero Wing is not interested. Please rest assured, the lands are in Snowfield City and have a lot of potential, Sindhart said as he took out several Snowfield City deeds. These are close to the underground arena, the Adventurers Association, the auction house, and the War God's Temple. Have you lost your minds? You're actually selling these. Blackie could not help his shock after seeing the deeds. Currently, most of the lands in major NPC cities with potential had been purchased already. It was extremely difficult to buy these lands even if one could afford them. With God's Domain's blazing popularity, more people would join the game in the future. The value of these lands would soar. In less than half a year, these lands would be worth several times their current value. It was especially true for the lands in Twin Towers Kingdom's third-ranking city, Snowfield City. Yet, Immortal Light wanted to sell away these lands, at 90% market price no less. This was simply inconceivable. They are indeed good plots of land. However, why are you trying to sell them to Zero Wing? Feng asked. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom shared many aspects. Both were medium-sized kingdoms. Although Snowfield City was no match for White River City in terms of status, it was its kingdom's third-ranking city. Many organizations would offer a high price for these lands. Sindhart fell silent for a moment. Shortly after he sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to sell them, but nobody is willing to buy them." Why? The value of these lands will only increase in the future. Why doesn't anyone want to purchase them? Aqua Rose asked, slightly surprised. Even the lands in the 20th ranking city in the Twin Towers Kingdom would be highly sought after. Much less the valuable lands in the third-ranking city. Aqua Rose had personally ventured to other kingdoms to purchase several plots of land for the Candlelight trading firm, so she understood how popular these lands were. Because none of them wished to earn the ire of the Super Guild King's return, Sindhart said helplessly. When Zero Wing's members heard Sindhart's words, they were dumbfounded. King's Return was a veteran super guild. Even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was nothing in comparison. Moreover, the King's Return's headquarters was in the Glory Empire. An empire located only a short distance away from Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom. Feng was similarly shocked by this revelation. A small guild like Immortal Light had actually provoked a super guild like King's Return. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. Moreover, it would be child's play for King's Return to wipe Immortal Light out of existence. Immortal Light was no threat to the Super Guild at all. Gnashing his teeth, Sindhart stated, "I don't want much for these 5 plots of lands. I only ask for 13,000 gold. Chapter 820. A Group of Lunatics. Guild Leader. Sindhart's asking price shocked the several upper echelons he had with him. These were 5 high-potential, golden lands. I know what I'm doing. Sindhart balked, having made up his mind. Originally, he had intended to raid Great Lords for some level 40 top-tier equipment and sell the items. However, they were not strong enough to take down level 40-plus Great Lords. The only option they had left to earn a large sum of coins quickly was to sell these 5 plots of land. However, They could not sell the land to anyone in the Twin Towers Kingdom. King's Return had already declared their stance in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and nobody was willing to provoke the Super Guild. However, with Zero Wing's strength, even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to back down. Hence, Zero Wing should not fear King's Return at all. Moreover, only a large guild like Zero Wing had the financial strength to spend 13,000 gold. Zero Wing occupied a treasured land like the Stone Forest town. The magic crystals and coins the town generated could tempt even first-rate guilds. Although there were guilds in their kingdom that did not fear King's Return, these guilds would need a relatively long time to gather the required money. Unfortunately, Sindheart could not afford to wait. 13,000 gold? Feng had never expected Sindheart to sell these lands for so little. Based on the current market, these lands were roughly worth 20,000 gold. Even at that price, many people would fight over them. Now, however, Sindheart wanted to sell them for 13,000 gold. Feng could profit greatly if he bought them. Not to mention, Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom were neighbors. These lands could benefit Zero Wing when it expanded towards the Twin Towers Kingdom. It seems that Sindheart has been backed into a corner. Feng could more or less understand Sindheart's current predicament after seeing the man's anxiety. In Feng's previous life, however, immortal light had never ceased to exist. This showed that King's Return had not wiped out immortal light in the past. Moreover, he had never heard of King's Return attacking immortal light. Immortal light had most likely relied on itself to solve this problem. All right, we'll buy these 5 plots of land. Feng nodded. Only, we'll need some time to prepare such a large sum. Why don't we conduct the trade in 3 days? 3 days. Sindheart pondered for a moment. Quickly, his tense expression relaxed as he responded. Thank you. I'll visit Zero Wing personally. Following which, Sindheart led his guild members away from South Lake City. Guild leader, are we really going to oppose King's Return? Aqua Rose asked Feng through a private message. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could not compare to King's Return. Moreover, Glory Empire was not far from Star Moon Kingdom. Once mounts were available in God's domain, the Super Guild's threat to Zero Wing would not be a laughing matter. Don't worry. We're just conducting business. If we stop doing business just because a super guild demanded it, we might as well give up competing for dominance over God's domain, Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, this isn't a major issue. If King's Return were truly angry, it would have annihilated immortal light already. If the super guild struck, immortal light would have no power to resist. Sindheart had helped him in the past. Now, he was only returning the favor. Moreover, he could make a huge profit with this trade and secure Sindheart's gratitude. If Sindheart owed him a debt, he might be able to poach Sindheart into Zero Wing in the future. Why wouldn't he accept such an offer? Indeed. If we can obtain those 5 plots of land, the Candlelight Trading Firm can start its development in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose agreed with Feng's reason. Zero Wing was no longer the weak, little guild it had been. If they cowered from such a small issue, developing the guild in the future would be a problem. If King's Return truly wanted to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to consider its options carefully. The Super Guild was not powerful enough to annihilate Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing really is amazing. They're not even afraid of King's Return? Deathwind had never imagined that Feng would agree to Sindheart's offer so decisively. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The Wind God's Spear was already impressive for standing up against the first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. However, Zero Wing was far more amazing. The guild was not even afraid of the titans of the virtual gaming world. I wonder when the Wind God's Spear will conduct itself like Zero Wing? Deathwind's mind wandered. Maybe joining a guild like Zero Wing isn't a bad idea. At this moment, Autumn Goose envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. After immortal light departed, Feng led the team on a hunt for more great lords. With the coordinates Sindheart had provided, the team quickly cleared a path towards these great lords. The great lords behind city walls were no challenge for Zero Wing's core members. The only issue they encountered was their berserk skills cooldowns. Fortunately, however, not every great lord required their berserk skills. For 2 days, Feng and the others spent their time either killing Great Lords or clearing a path through random monsters towards Great Lords. Time passed leisurely as they learned more about each other. Over these 2 days, their experience bars had risen rapidly due to the large mobs of monsters they killed. Not only had Feng reached level 40, but Aqua Rose and the others had also hit level 40. This is the last one. Thoughtful Rain looked at the fallen Great Lord as she collected her 20th Great Lord's life force. Oh, not bad. We actually got another Abyss set piece, Feng said after appraising the 3 pieces of equipment he had picked up. Smiling, he said, "Now, we only need 2 more to complete the Abyss set for Berserkers." Although he had used Divine Providence for every Great Lord they had killed during the past 2 days, the Abyss set equipment's drop rate was simply too low. Even with his boosted luck attribute, a limited number of pieces had dropped. Fortunately, the Great Lords in South Lake City only seemed to drop the Abyss set for Berserkers. Otherwise, they would not have gathered 6 pieces. Our job is finally done here. Autumn Goose released a sigh of relief after watching Thoughtful Rain collect the final life force. If not for Zero Wing's help, they would never have killed 20 level 40 Great Lords in 3 days. In the end, the level 100, Tier 3 NPC would have hunted them down until they quit God's domain. However, after realizing that they had completed their quest, Autumn Goose was slightly disappointed. While grinding monsters and raiding bosses with Feng and his team, not only had they enjoyed chatting with each other, but she had also learned several techniques from Zero Wing's core members. Now that their quest was complete, they would have to go their separate ways, and she could not help her slight reluctance. "Leader, since we have completed the quest, it's time to deal with the other issue, right?" Fire Dance asked as she turned to the gigantic bone dragon in the sky, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. The rest of the team laughed at Fire Dance's jubilance. It was definitely not their style to leave a Grand Lord alone. To avoid any unnecessary risks, they had avoided challenging the Frostbone Dragon. Now that they had finished their main objective, however, they had to kill the Grand Lord. "That's a level 45 Grand Lord you're talking about." Autumn Goose could not believe that these members from Zero Wing actually considered raiding the dragon. They were insane. How can we possibly win against that with so few people? "It might have been impossible before, but it is definitely possible now," Feng said, laughing. He then retrieved a dark gold flute from his bag. Complex runes decorated the flute, and it emitted a faint pressure. Chapter 821. Demonic Flame Tiger. "Is it really possible?" Autumn Goose muttered doubtfully. Chills crawled down her spine despite the Frostbone Dragon being so far away, her instincts constantly warning her of the danger. Every time the bone dragon flapped its massive wings, the sounds of explosions rang through the air. Even a fool could see the difference between the Grand Lord and a mere Great Lord. The two were on entirely different levels. Feng understood this fact as well. The Frostbone Dragon was South Lake City's final boss. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy opponent. Fortunately, however, he had 2 powerful trump cards. They still had a chance of victory. Moreover, it wouldn't be a major issue if they died. At worst, they would be teleported out of the Abyss battlefield. They would not suffer the usual death penalties. Following which, Feng played the dark gold flute, the sweet sound echoing throughout South Lake City. Rawr! With a roar, a golden magic array appeared before Feng. Suddenly, a massive black tiger leaped out of the array. The massive tiger stood over 4 meters tall. Black flames covered its razor-sharp claws, exquisite black armor wrapped around its body. Just by standing there, the tiger's flames increased the surrounding temperature significantly. The ground beneath its feet melted under the scorching heat. The tiger was too hot to approach. "What's that?" Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the black, flaming beast. "It's a mount, of course." Feng walked up to the giant tiger and rubbed the soft fur on its head. He was quite satisfied with his mount. Demonic Flame Tiger, Dark Gold Mount. Level 40. HP 1, 020. 000/1 020 000. In the past, The best mount Feng had ridden was only fine gold rank. In this life, however, he had obtained a dark gold mount after killing Noya, a guardian boss in the Dark Denver. Mounts were extremely useful to players in field battles, especially a dark gold mount. Even a bronze mount already possessed certain combat capabilities, assisting players in battle. After reaching dark gold rank, the mount was the equivalent of a chieftain of the same level. Although a chieftain might not be anything to a top-tier expert, a dark gold mount's true power did not lie in its damage-dealing abilities. Such a thing was only useful to ordinary players. The true value of a dark gold mount lay in its support skills. Having a dark gold mount was the equivalent of having a player with support skills by one's side. Sure enough, a dark gold mount's skills are very powerful. Feng was slightly surprised after he examined the demonic flame tiger's skill menu. A level 40 fine gold mount only had 2 support skills. One was single target skill, while the other was an AoE skill. However, a level 40 dark gold mount had 3 support skills, with one being a single target skill and the other 2 being AoE skills. Synergy, passive skill. While within 100 yards of the demonic flame tiger, all attributes of owner increase by 10%. Battle roar. The demonic flame tiger releases a deafening roar. All allies within 20 yards experience a 20% damage increase, movement speed increased by 20%, and attack speed increased by 30% for 10 minutes. Cooldown. 30 minutes. Dark blessing. All allies within 20 yards gain 100 points of magic resistance, 20% damage reduction, and all attributes increased by 10% for 30 minutes. Cooldown. 10 hours. These 3 skills alone could raise the strength of the entire team by a huge margin. This was the value of dark gold mounts. A mount. Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Feng's explanation. This can't be true, right? The demonic flame tiger before them looked absolutely stunning. Moreover, they felt a heavy pressure from it. Based on its HP, it should be at least as powerful as a chieftain. A monster like the demonic flame tiger could even serve as the boss in a party dungeon, yet such a powerful monster was actually a mount. This shattered any knowledge they had about mounts. What rank is this mount? Secret silver. Fine gold. Everyone nearly drooled as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. With its imposing might and its majestic appearance, the demonic tiger would be the center of attention regardless of where it was. It's just dark gold rank, Feng said as he tapped the demonic flame tiger's front paw. The demonic tiger obediently bent down before Feng, its dignified behavior vanishing. Feng's team members shot him a disdainful glare. It's just dark gold rank? Even though they had already reached level 40, none of them even had a common mount. They just hoped to obtain a bronze or mysterious iron mount. They wouldn't even dare dream of owning a secret silver mount, let alone a fine gold mount. They had never even expected to see a dark gold mount. After we leave the battlefield, I must find my own dark gold mount to show off, Blackie declared as he drooled over the demonic flame tiger that was the size of a small house. He could not help but fantasize about riding his own demonic tiger down White River City's streets. He would be the object of everyone's envy. Just the thought gave him chills. The other team members nodded in agreement. The horses one could buy in cities were garbage compared to the demonic flame tiger. Only a mount like the demonic flame tiger could be considered a real mount. This is not the time for this. Everyone, head to your appointed locations. Aqua, cast Song of Sprites on me, Feng commanded. The epic ranked staff song of Beatrice he had previously given Aqua Rose had a very powerful skill. The Song of Sprites. It could amplify the effects of a specific spell. When used on large-scale destruction spells and summoning skills, this skill was incredibly powerful. Feng had long since used up his magic amplification scroll. The Song of Sprites was the perfect skill to replace it. Following which, Feng summoned the Demon Gate. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites on Feng, instantly buffing the demon's summoning by 300%. In the next moment, a Tier 3 battle demon wielding a two-handed sword in one hand emerged from the Demon Gate. Battle Demon. Demon. Level 55. HP 14, 000, 000/14, 000, 000. It was a success. Seeing the Tier 3 battle demon step away from the demon gate, Feng used the Bible of Darkness's ability to rob the battle demon of its will, turning it into a puppet. Is this Yi Feng and these core members' true strength? The instant the battle demon appeared, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others were stunned. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord-ranked monster. It was also level 55. That monster could kill them instantly. Just how powerful is Zero Wing? Autumn Goose and the others struggled with their shock. Only now did they finally understand why Zero Wing's members had been so calm against all of those great lords. They even wanted to take on the Frostbone Dragon. With such a powerful summoned monster, even with so few members, it was not entirely impossible to defeat the level 45 Grand Lord. Chapter 822. Adjudicator. Glory Empire, Imperial Capital Light City. As the main headquarters of the Super Guild King's return, Light City's prosperity surpassed even that of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The player population alone exceeded the capital's by 15 million. The player population wasn't the only indicator of Light City's prosperity. Players' levels also displayed the city's success. Currently, God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 32, while some of the more powerful elite players had reached level 35. However, if one wandered the streets of Light City, they would easily spot level 35 elite players. From time to time, one would also notice level 36 or level 37 independent players. The capital cities of various kingdoms and ordinary empires could not hold a candle to Light City. The reason behind the high levels of Light City's players was none other than the Super Guild King's return. Super Guilds had very long histories in the virtual gaming world. Normally, these Super Guilds had their own means of nurturing experts, and they had no need to recruit powerful players from elsewhere. Moreover, the experts who enjoyed Super Guilds' nurturing would always rank as the top rookies of the year in the virtual gaming world, instantly becoming well-known experts. Their personal value would soar by several times. Countless players held this long-cherished dream of gaining overnight fame and riches. Hence, every year, swarms of young players would take part in the internal exam of Super Guilds, fighting to gain membership and participate in the guild's expert training programs. Aside from nurturing its own experts from scratch, King's Return, a Super Guild that had already existed for a long time, did recruit some experts from elsewhere as well. These experts would become internal members and receive a multitude of resources. If any of these experts became one of the year's top newcomers, they might even earn the privilege of becoming one of the guild's upper echelons. If that happened, they would not have to worry about a lack of money for the rest of their lives. Aqua Rose and Purple Eye were both such players. However, they had chosen their own paths. Hence, after finishing their training and paying a certain price, they left their Super Guild. Meanwhile, King's Return was once again recruiting experts. Hence, many players throughout God's Domain had come to Light City, hoping to join King's Return. There was no lack of expert players among the crowd. Currently, many players were lined up inside King's Return's guild residence, giving the place a lively atmosphere. However, when two men entered the guild residence's main hall, the room fell silent, every gaze shifting towards these two people. Of these two, one was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He also carried a great sword with inscribed runes, a chill radiating from the weapon. This man was a level 38 berserker. A handsome younger man stood beside the berserker with an unruly temperament. The young man carried a staff made of sapphire crystal and wore a set of gray mage robes. Faint arcs of gray electricity surrounded his body. This man was a level 38 elementalist. Even in the entire Glory Empire, these people's level could rank at the very top. Isn't that the Thunder Sword, Broken City? I actually get to meet one of King's Return's upper echelons. I'm so lucky today. The person beside Broken City seems to be the newly promoted adjudicator of King's Return, Hell Fiend. I never thought that he would be so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Immediately, the various players in the main hall fell into heated discussions among themselves, reverence filling their eyes as they gazed at the two latest arrivals.
Every one of these players dreamed of joining the ranks of King's Return's upper echelons or obtaining the title of the guild's Adjudicator one day. Hell Fiend, in particular, had obtained the position of King's Return's Adjudicator at such a young age. This had been unheard of in the Super Guild's long history. Generally, experts could become an Adjudicator only after many years of arduous training. The title should be out of the reach of a rookie like Hell Fiend, yet the youth had managed to obtain it. Under the crowd's watchful eye, Broken City and Hell Fiend walked into a small meeting room. A man in a black cloak had been waiting in the meeting room for quite some time. When this man noticed the two people enter the room, he immediately stood to welcome them. "Hand me the files and items. Also, give me a summary of the situation," Broken City commanded gruffly.
"Understood," the cloaked man nodded.
He then handed over a box and a folder before saying, "Originally, the plan had proceeded quite smoothly. However, Sindhart encountered Zero Wing's upper echelons. Moreover, Zero Wing's people agreed to Sindhart's offer, and they are willing to purchase the 5 plots of land. Sindhart will be to Zero Wing to complete the trade today." "Do those people from Zero Wing not know about our warning?" Hell Fiend asked coldly, frowning. Sindhart had taken the initiative to reveal the situation to them. However, Zero Wing agreed to the purchase on the spot as if King's Return means nothing to them, the cloaked man reported anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead as he felt the weight of Hell Fiend's gaze.
"Pang! Zero Wing is taking us too lightly." Rage flashed in Hell Fiend's eyes as he slammed his staff into the ground, cracking it. "There is no reason to be anxious. They have yet to conduct the trade, so we still have time to do something about it. I'll have someone send Zero Wing's guild leader a light warning." "I believe Zero Wing will make the right choice," Broken City said, chuckling. "If Zero Wing truly refuses to listen, it won't be too late for us to act."
"I understand, Uncle Broken," Hell Fiend said as he suppressed the rage in his heart. To him, this matter was of utmost importance.
If Zero Wing dared to interfere, he did not mind annihilating the upstart guild. Elsewhere, Feng directed his team's battle preparations. "Fire, Flying, Minor, lure the surrounding monsters to us. Rain, get ready to use Waterfall. Blackie, get ready to use Stars of Light." After Feng summoned the Tier 3 Battle Demon, he did not rush to take on the Frostbone Dragon. A level 45 Grand Lord was simply too powerful for current players. Furthermore, the slightest mistake while the team fought inside a monster next could result in a team wipe. Clearing the surrounding monsters was a must, particularly when facing a Guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. All Guardian bosses possessed a similar ability: Life Devour. If a team did not respond to this passive skill appropriately, it would not matter how many players charged at a Guardian boss. Everyone would simply charge towards their graves. Life Devour allowed Guardian bosses to absorb all life force within a radius of 1,000 yards. Be they players or monsters, all those in range would lose 1% of their HPs every 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the Guardian boss would absorb this HP. Hence, when going up against a Guardian boss, too many people was not always a good thing. Guardian bosses usually had very high HP. Chances were high that players could not even deal enough damage to these bosses to overcome their innate battle recovery. Moreover, when fighting a Grand Lord like the Frostbone Dragon, players' stamina consumption rate would be very high. They could not afford to fight a battle of attrition against such bosses. In the end, players would die from exhaustion. Finally, after over an hour, Feng's team managed to clear all of the monsters within the Frostbone Dragon's range of activity. "Move out!" Following which, Feng directed the Battle Demon to charge at the Frostbone Dragon. He also activated the demonic Flame Tiger's Battle Roar and Dark Blessing. Immediately, the entire team's attributes and magic resistance rose by a large margin. Chapter 823. Monster Level Battle. Groar! When the Battle Demon was within 200 yards of the boss, the Frostbone Dragon sensed the demon's presence. As it released a furious roar, the Grand Lord flapped its massive bone wings. The generated gust prevented the Battle Demon from approaching. Before the wind came to an end, the frost bone dragon stretched open its jaws.
Suddenly, a storm broke out, covering a 200-yard radius, and a seemingly endless amount of mana gathered in the bone dragon's mouth.
Damn it! It's using dragon breath.
Realizing what he was seeing, Feng hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, get away from the bone dragon's front."
Feng's command confused Aqua Rose and the others.
They were currently over 300 yards away from the Grand Lord.
At such a distance, the bone dragon's attack should not be a threat.
However, seeing at Feng's anxious expression, the Zero-Wing team did not dare to be careless as they rushed to the sides.
Due to Battle Roar and Dark Blessing, everyone's attributes had received a significant boost. Their movement speeds had also increased massively.
In the end, they managed to move just as the mana in the Grand Lord's mouth reached a critical level. Before the team could relax, however, they suddenly felt a chill from behind them, and they could not help their shivers.
Instantly, a beam of white light devoured the buildings behind them. How is this possible?
Aqua Rose could not believe her eyes. The 600-yard stretch before the frost bone dragon had transformed into a frozen tundra.
Had they not dodged the breath attack in time, they would have lost their lives.
How can a Grand Lord be so powerful?
The crowd gasped collectively.
With such a wide and long-ranged AoE attack, even an army of 10,000 players would die instantly.
All right, snap out of it. Let the battle demon pin the frostbone dragon down. Everyone else, attack from the dragon's sides.
Absolutely do not stand in front of it, Feng immediately commanded, not finding the Grand Lord's powerful attack one bit surprising.
The frostbone dragon ruled over a city. Zerg tactics would never be enough for players to kill it. If not for his ability to summon a Tier 3 demon, he would not risk everyone's lives by provoking such a boss. Although the frostbone dragon was more powerful than their team, it was only a level 45 Grand Lord. However, the Tier 3 demon he had summoned was level 55. The difference of 10 levels could, mostly, make up for the difference in rank. Even if he could not exert the Tier 3 demon's full strength, he could use it to pin the boss down. As the breath attack ended, the battle demon, which Feng had previously moved out of the breath attack's range, arrived before the Grand Lord and used a Tier 3 skill. Round Flash. Countless flashes of light appeared around the bone dragon's skull until the monster's head was hidden behind a dazzling silver glow. Minus 592,018. The frostbone dragon released a pained cry as its body fell to the ground abruptly, flattening the buildings beneath it. The impact caused South Lake City to tremble.
As for Autumn Goose and the others, who had begun their charge towards the frostbone dragon, they were momentarily stunned.
With a single hit, the Tier 3 demon demolished a small, but visible chunk of the frostbone dragon's HP. This one attack was most likely more powerful than the combined attacks of a player army of thousands. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever seen Tier 3 beings fight against each other. Usually, she only saw players tackle monsters. The shock of watching two monsters face each other was intense. This scene allowed them to realize just how weak players were. Compared to this great battle, their previous battles were practically child's play. Before the frostbone dragon, which towered over 100 meters tall, any player would seem insignificant.
The mental pressure the Grand Lord exerted stole their breath.
Don't stop. We've entered its frost domain. As long as we remain inside this domain, our stamina will decrease rapidly. Even if we don't move, our stamina will decrease. We need to hurry and get rid of the bone dragon before our stamina runs out. Feng reminded his team as he glanced at Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others, who had stopped moving due to shock. Notify me immediately if any of you run out of stamina during the battle. Yes. Everyone nodded as they regained their focus. Against such a boss, Aqua Rose and the other core members of Zero Wing fared relatively well. After all, they had raided a Grand Lord before. Only, the Frostbone Dragon was significantly more powerful than that Grand Lord. However, this was the first time Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo had faced a Grand Lord. Fighting against such an oppressive pressure and bathing in such frigid killing intent, even moving became a struggle for them. It would be a miracle if they could even exert 50% or 60% of their usual strength. How can a Grand Lord be so terrifying? Autumn Goose's heart pounded as she watched the bone dragon's mountain-like body.
She then looked at Fire Dance and the others, who appeared almost unfazed and were still charging towards the Grand Lord, and she smiled bitterly.
Back in the Wind God's Spear, she had always pursued adventure and excitement. However, compared to the Frostbone Dragon, those adventures had been a walk in the park. This Grand Lord's might was overpowering enough that she felt incredibly powerless. In contrast, despite such an oppressive pressure, Zero Wings members did not show any signs of slowing. With this, one could easily tell that Zero Wings members had long since become accustomed to such battles. For some reason, a random thought invoked a strange feeling within Autumn Goose. This was what she has searched for all this time. While Autumn Goose was caught up in her daze, the Frostbone Dragon slammed its massive claws down onto the battle demon. Unable to dodge the attack in time, Feng could only direct the battle demon to defend itself with its weapon. Boom! -95,164. The ground beneath the battle demon's feet shattered as the demon became embedded into the ground. The surrounding land shook from the impact, a deep fissure forming and spreading towards Autumn Goose. Autumn Goose was momentarily taken aback. Compared to the Frostbone Dragon's destructive power, the great lords they had defeated earlier were nothing more than harmless kittens. However, Autumn Goose still reacted. Although her movements were sluggish due to the Guardian Boss's pressure, she had managed to pull her weapon up before her. Pang! The incoming shockwave struck and threw Autumn Goose, a damage of -867 appearing above her head. A gasp tore through the watching players. Despite standing so far away, Autumn Goose still received nearly -900 damage after defending herself successfully. If she had failed to lift her weapon in time, she probably would have lost over 4,000 HP in an instant. As for the Frostbone Dragon's claws, even Kola might die instantly if he received a direct hit. Even after activating his Berserk skill and all of his life-saving skills, he would only survive one attack at most. Fortunately, however, they had a Tier 3 demon to take the Bone Dragon's hits for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving against the Grand Lord. Feng simply smiled at everyone's reaction. Ordinary bosses could not compare to a Guardian boss. Furthermore, the Frostbone Dragon was a member of the dragon race. It was much stronger than ordinary bosses. Even if Kola reached level 45, he could not tank this boss by himself. At the very least, they needed 3 MTs of equal caliber to handle the Frostbone Dragon. This should be far enough. Feng arrived beside the Bone Dragon and raised the Abyssal Blade. He swung the magic weapon down on the Grand Lord. Abyssal Curse. Chapter 824. Super Large-Scale Destruction Spell. Unearth. Seal. Feng shouted low. Suddenly, a massive black magic array appeared beneath the Frostbone Dragon's feet. Even with its gigantic body, the magic array enveloped the Grand Lord, and an endless stream of black fog penetrated the Bone Dragon's body, slowly corroding it. Roar! The Frostbone Dragon struggled, trying to break free from the array's bindings, but no matter how hard it fought, it could not expel the black fog from its body. Everyone on the team immediately used their most powerful skills against the Frostbone Dragon. Lifting his spear, Gunfire leaped into the air and used Beheaded. Pang! Although the Frostbone Dragon had received the attack without any resistance, when Gunfire's attack struck the Grand Lord's white bone, it felt as if he had just hit a solid wall. Not only did the attack fail to cause any external damage, but the resulting vibration also inflicted pain to his own hand. His attack had only caused slightly over -700 damage. What kind of defense is this? Horror filled Autumn Goose as she stared at the damage. No matter what was said or done, Gunfire was one of the top-ranking experts in the Wind God's Spear. He was very well equipped. Even against all those great lords prior to this fight, his beheaded skill always dealt around -2000 damage. Now, however, even after receiving a significant boost to his attributes, his beheaded had only caused around -700 damage. The Frostbone Dragon's defense had to be more than double that of the previous great lords. Meanwhile, the Frostbone Dragon had 64 million HP.
With its battle recovery alone, it could regenerate 640,000 HP every second. Not to mention, since the battle had begun, the Grand Lord had been absorbing 1% of their HP every 3 seconds. With such a powerful recovery, even 100 continuously attacking gunfires would barely scratch the Frostbone Dragon. They would be no threat to the Grand Lord at all. Fire Dance then jumped up from the Frostbone Dragon's right, landing on the Grand Lord's spine, instantly executing Absolute Strike. However, when Thousand Transformations, which was even sharper than the Sacred Sword Killing Ray, cut at the pearly white bone, the short sword only dug 3 centimeters deep into the bone before coming to a halt. -14,489. Why is there such a huge difference in defense? Fire Dance frowned. Absolute Strike was her most powerful burst skill, yet even after a critical hit, the skill only dealt over -10,000 damage. At this rate, they would die from exhaustion before they could kill the Frostbone Dragon. If this was already the case for Fire Dance, there was no need to mention how little the others could do against the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone's most powerful skills had only managed to deal around -4,000 damage to the Grand Lord. Only after including Feng's damage did the team barely deal enough to overcome the Frostbone Dragon's recovery. At this rate, they would need to fight for 5 or 6 hours to kill the Grand Lord. Unfortunately, it would be a miracle if everyone's stamina lasted for 10 minutes. As for the Battle Demon, although it was very strong, the Frostbone Dragon easily blocked the majority of its attacks. It had barely any opportunities to damage the Grand Lord. 2 seconds after Feng activated Abyssal Curse, the Frostbone Dragon's wings shuddered as it broke free from the magic array. Immediately, it swiped its tail at the Battle Demon, launching a more violent attack than before. In the next moment, an afterimage briefly appeared. Before the Battle Demon under Feng's control could react, the Bone Dragon had sent it flying. Everyone had expected the Battle Demon to suffer an intense amount of damage. However, the Battle Demon only lost around 70,000 HP. That was even less than the damage it had received before. The Bone Dragon's attributes have decreased. Aqua Rose stated as she looked at the Frostbone Dragon's HP currently. The Grand Lord only had a maximum HP of 57,600,000. Its attributes had been decreased by 10%. The players felt joy bloom in their chests. Their will to fight soared. Even to ordinary players, a 10% attribute drop would significantly affect their combat power, much less for a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone, activate your Berserk skills. Use this opportunity to slay this boss. Feng hurriedly reminded. Abyssal Curse could reduce the Frostbone Dragon's attributes for 10 minutes, so if they could not finish the Grand Lord off in these 10 minutes it would become much harder to defeat later. They needed to exert all of their strength now. Following Feng's command, everyone activated their Berserk skills at full strength. As for Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's Power. Among the several Berserk skills Feng had, Dragon's Power increased his strength attribute the most. With the Tier 3 Battle Demon acting as a meat shield, Feng used Silent Steps and appeared directly behind the Frostbone Dragon. Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Feng and his doppelganger released a series of 30 dazzling explosions on the Bone Dragon's weakened ribcage. -20,484. -28,497. -41,054. -57,149. 30 consecutive hits struck the Frostbone Dragon, instantly stealing a small chunk of the Grand Lord's HP. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites and cast the Tier 1 spell Soul Cloud. In the next moment, several dozen damages appeared above the Frostbone Dragon's head, each one devouring over 1,000 HP. In addition, Aqua Rose summoned 3 blue fire crows and 3 forest sprites. Although each summoned creature could only deal around -1,000 damage, with the 6 attacking together, they instantly destroyed over 6,000 of the Grand Lord's HP. In terms of damage output, Aqua Rose was only inferior to Feng and Fire Dance. Besides, the blue fire crows were slightly different from the forest sprites. The blue fire crows possessed the growth skill. As time passed, they would increase in rank. From elite monsters, the blue fire crow could grow to become lords. At that point, Aqua Rose's damage could even surpass Fire Dance's. Seconds and minutes passed quickly. Under Feng and his team's all-out assault,
the Frostbone Dragon's HP quickly fell to 30%. Finally, the Tier 3 Battle Demon was in an extremely miserable state. It currently had less than 20% of its HP remaining. Foolish humans, feel the wrath of the abyss. The Frostbone Dragon bellowed as it suddenly flapped its wings.
Shio!
The Frostbone Dragon instantly appeared above South Lake City. In the next moment, an endless amount of elemental mana surged towards the Frostbone Dragon's body from all directions. At the same time, a deep blue, twofold magic array appeared above South Lake City as well, enveloping the entire space above the city. The violent power radiating from the magic array threw everyone to the ground as if the end of the world had arrived.
It's over.
How does the Bone Dragon know such a spell? Shock filled Aqua Rose's eyes as she stared at the magic array above South Lake City. With her understanding of magic arrays, she knew that they had absolutely no chance of defending against the Frostbone Dragon's spell. They could only wait for death to claim their lives. With spells like this, how can anybody defeat the Frostbone Dragon? The other team members felt similarly powerless as they watched. It was technically not impossible to deal with a super large-scale destruction spell like this. However, with the magic array covering the entire South Lake City, how could they escape the spell's range in time?
Ha ha ha, go on. Flee.
Let's see if you can escape the wrath of the abyss. The Frostbone Dragon laughed.
I've been waiting for this.
Feng's lips curled into a smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately, he activated Wind Rider. He then switched the aura of wind to the aura of time before looking at Aqua Rose, saying, "Use Song of Sprites on me." It had already been 5 minutes since Aqua Rose last used Song of Sprites. The skill's cooldown should have ended. Although Aqua Rose did not understand what Feng intended to do, she cast Song of Sprites on him. Feng then flew towards the Frostbone Dragon, which was still in the process of gathering and condensing mana. Absolute Time. This was Feng's final trump card against the Frostbone Dragon. If he could not interrupt the Frostbone Dragon's abyssal wrath, a super large-scale destruction spell, trying to deal with the Grand Lord would be sheer lunacy. Immediately, with the Frostbone Dragon as the center, the space within a radius of 300 yards froze. All mana in the area scattered and vanished immediately.
No!
Due to the sudden loss of mana, the Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as it suffered a backlash from its spell. Its massive body, which had been over 100 meters in height, suddenly shrunk to only 60 meters or so. Its attributes also fell by 40% as it entered a weakened state for 3 minutes. The Frostbone Dragon's body then crashed to the ground. With its combat power greatly reduced, how could the Frostbone Dragon be a challenge for the team from Zero Wing? Even without the Tier 3 Battle Demon, the Frostbone Dragon was no longer a threat. At this time, Feng activated the power of darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then began a rampant assault on the Grand Lord. When the Frostbone Dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence before using Flame Burst on the Grand Lord, destroying the Grand Lord's final strand of HP. The instant the Frostbone Dragon died, everyone heard the sound of a system notification. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.